Part 7. Gher. Chapter 41. Althalus sat alone in Gher's tower, watching the shimmering rise and fall of God's fire out beyond the edge of the world with a kind of absent bemusement. So far as he knew, God's fire served no useful purpose, but it was pretty to look at. Watching it play across the northern sky was peculiarly relaxing, and Althalus needed some relaxation at this point. The peasant rebellion in Purcain had faltered without the presence of Argan's red robes, but Behaid had moved with surprising and uncharacteristic speed to install his grey robes in positions of authority. Behaid's tendency to agonize over every decision seemed to vanish, and he started to bull his way through any opposition almost like a junior version of Exarch Emdal. At first, the nobility of Purcain had viewed Behaid as their own champion, but he'd rather quickly disabused them of that misconception. The Purcain aristocracy was shocked to discover that grey-robed churchmen were not interested in bribes, nor intimidated by threats. As winter receded and spring approached, the nobles of Purcain began to realize that Exarch Behaid had the upper hand. Planting time was rapidly approaching, and the peasantry let it be generally known that no seeds would touch the ground without Behaid's permission, and Behaid didn't seem to be in a permitting frame of mind. At first the nobles blustered indignantly. Behaid ignored them. Spring began to arrive in southern Purcain, and the nobility in that region began to grow more and more desperate as their fields remained unploughed and unplanted. Their appeals to Exarch Behaid grew increasingly shrill. Behaid responded with a series of suggestions. The nobility went up in flames when they heard them. Behaid shrugged and returned to Magoo to wait them out. Leigh slyly referred to the process as behaiding his time. Althalus felt that Leith's sense of humor was sometimes a bit warped. As spring marched on, Behaid's initial suggestions graduated to demands, and one by one the nobles of southern Purcain began to capitulate. Aided by the onset of spring, Behaid had wrung concession after concession out of the panicky aristocrats of southern Purcain. Then he moved inexorably north, riding springtime like a war horse, and vanishing all in his path. Several of the more arrogant nobles refused Behaid's demands as outrageous. Behaid smiled briefly, and then made examples of them. It soon became very clear that when Exarch Behaid said final offer, he meant exactly that. A number of very large estates in central Purcain remained fallow that year. After a few weeks, Behaid had stopped trying to explain his seeming ability to be in 3 or 4 places at the same time, and wild stories about the new exarch spread across the land. By early summer, almost everybody in Purcain stood in awe of holy Behaid. The nobility wasn't too happy about the way Behaid was disrupting the way things ought to be, but they were careful not to make an issue of their disagreement. "Whatever works, I guess," Althalus muttered to himself.
"Have we taken to talking to ourselves, Daddy?"
Leigh asked from the doorway at the top of the stairs.
"Just thinking out loud," he replied. If everybody did that, I'd be out of a job, wouldn't I? Drea says that it's time for supper."
Her tone was subdued. Althalus stood up and looked at the pale-haired girl. "Are you still having trouble with what happened in Magoo?" he asked her sympathetically. She shrugged.
"It had to be done," she replied. "I just wish I hadn't been the one who had to do it."
"It'll pass in time, Leigh," he assured her.
"That doesn't make me feel much better right now," she replied. "We'd better go down to supper. You know how Drea feels when we're late."
"Oh, yes," he agreed as they went to the head of the stairs. "Did Behaid get any sleep? He looked as if he was starting to come unraveled when he came back from Magoo this morning."
"He rested," she replied. "I don't know how much he slept. He has a lot on his mind right now."
"I'm sure he does. Sooner or later, though, he'll have to learn how to delegate authority. He can't do everything himself."
"He hasn't quite grasped that yet,"
Leigh observed. "It's too bad Sergeant Kalos not here," Althalus said. "He could probably explain the process better than any of the rest of us."
I don't think I'd suggest that to Drea, Daddy. When she sent Calor home, she gave me some very specific instructions regarding Ilya's mother, and asking her to bring him back wouldn't make you very popular.
I sort of wondered why he'd left so soon.
Now you know. I'd keep my nose out of it if I were you.
I shall be guided by you in this, he said extravagantly.
Oh, stop that,
she scolded. Dwyer had prepared a baked ham for that evening's supper, and it was superb, as always. So far as Althalus had been able to determine, there was no kitchen in the house. For obvious reasons, Dwyer didn't really need one. Exarch Behaid still looked totally exhausted by events in Perquane, but Althalus decided not to start giving out advice. It was obviously something Behaid was going to have to work out for himself. Gher had wolfed down his supper as he usually did, and now he sat fidgeting, kept in his seat by Dwyer's ironclad rule that nobody was to leave the table until after they'd all finished eating. Althalus didn't really have anything else to do, so he pushed back his plate and idly reached back into his memories, looking for something that might keep Gher out of mischief. "Did I ever tell you the story about my wolf-eared tunic, Gher?" he asked the bored little boy.
"I don't think so," Gher replied. "Is it a good story?"
"All my stories are good stories, Gher," Althalus assured him. "You should know that by now."
"Is it a true story?" Gher asked. "Or is it one you just made up as you go along? I like the true ones better, but the made-up ones are pretty good, too." "How can you tell the difference, Gher?" Leigh asked. "Once Althalus gets started, his stories seem to run away with him." "How does it go, Althalus?" Gher asked eagerly. Althalus leaned back in his chair. "Well, this all happened a long time ago, before I'd even heard about Emmy's house, or the Edge of the World, or books, or any of the other things that we've come across here lately. I'd gone on down into the Low Country to have a look at civilization, and more importantly, at the rich men who lived down there. Back in those days, I found rich people absolutely fascinating." "Was that the time those dogs chased you, and when you first found out about paper money?" "That was the trip, all right. Well, as you can probably imagine, I wasn't in a very good humor when I gave up on civilization and started back toward Hull, where I belonged. Nothing I'd tried down there in the Low Country had worked out the way it had been supposed to, so I was feeling grumpy, to say the very least." Althalus glanced casually around the table and saw that Gher wasn't the only one who was listening to the story. It was nice to know that he hadn't lost his touch. "Anyway," he continued, "I had to go through Aram to get back to Hull, but that didn't bother me too much, since I've always gotten along fairly well with the Arams. Well, I was sort of plodding my way up into the foothills of southern Aram late that summer, and when I happened to pass a wayside tavern, I decided to stop in for a cup or two of rich, good mead. The lowlanders evidently didn't know how to brew mead, because all I'd been able to get down there had been wine, and wine leaves a sour taste in my mouth, almost as sour as the taste of all the things that had gone wrong for me down there." "You are going to get to the point here eventually, aren't you, Althalus?" Dwyer interjected. "It's my story, Em," he replied complacently, "so I'll tell it the way it's supposed to be told. You don't have to listen if you don't want to." "Get on with it, Althalus," she said impatiently. "Anything you say, Em," he replied blandly. "Well, Gher, as it so happened, there was a half-drunk loafer in the tavern who was babbling on and on about some clan chief who was supposed to be the richest man in Aram. I didn't really pay all that much attention to his story, because at any given time there are probably 40 or 50 richest men in Aram floating around." "The subject does come up fairly often," Ilya conceded. "I'll be the first to admit that I find the subject of money fairly interesting," Althalus admitted. "But on this particular occasion, I was a bit more interested in the wolfskin tunic that tavern loafer was wearing. Now, back in those days, it wasn't really unusual to see people wearing clothes made out of the skins of wild animals, but this particular tunic was just a bit odd. Whoever had made it in the first place had left the ears on the wolf skin, and they stuck up from the hood of the tunic in a perky sort of way that looked kind of dashing, even elegant. Well, the fellow who was wearing it was a fairly typical Aram tavern loafer, drunk, stupid, and none too clean.
The front of that fine tunic was all spotted with gravy he'd spilled on it, and it obviously hadn't had a good brushing since the day he'd first put it on. It was clearly much too fine a garment for a man like that to be wearing, so I decided that maybe I should do something about that.
"And I'll bet I know exactly what you had in mind,"
Gher chuckled. "Don't get ahead of the story, Gher," Althalus chided. "Well, as I said before, the fellow in the tunic was already half drunk to start with, so I bought him enough good, rich mead to push him on along the rest of the way, and by the time it got dark outside, he was far gone. I decided that we might as well get on with this, so I suggested that we might step outside for a breath of fresh air to clear our heads. He thought that was a wonderful idea, and so we went outside. He stumbled along until we got out a ways from the tavern. I took a quick look around to make sure nobody was watching, and then I whanged him on the head a couple of times with the hilt of my sword, and he went down as if somebody had just cut the ground out from under him." Gher laughed delightedly.
"This is a real good story, Althalus," he said enthusiastically. "What happened then?"
"Those of us in the profession call it the transfer of ownership. First, I peeled my fine new tunic off him, and then I took his purse. The purse wasn't really very heavy, but mine was quite a bit lighter. Then I took a good look at his shoes. They weren't new by any stretch of the imagination, but mine were so badly worn that if I'd held them up, daylight would have shone through. After I'd gathered up all my new possessions, the sour taste of civilization began to fade from my mouth."
"Whatever happened to that tunic?"
Gher asked. Althalus sighed. "I had to throw it away," he said sadly. "As I went on farther up into Aram, I came across other people who told me stories about that same rich clan chief."
"The story isn't over yet, is it?"
Gher asked eagerly.
"I really like stories that keep on going, like this one does."
"Most younger people prefer those stories," Althalus agreed, "and some who aren't so young. Some stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Other stories never end, because they're alive."
"Those are the kind I like,"
Gher declared.
"What happened next?"
"Well, what happened might have been a coincidence, but when Emmy's around, the word coincidence almost never describes what's really happening. As it turned out, that rich clan chief the former owner of my tunic had been talking about just happened to be the chief of Albron's clan back then. His name was Gosty Bigbelly, and he had a toll bridge that was almost like a gold mine, or so the fellows in a little village tavern told me."
"Have you ever heard about this Gosty fellow, Eleor?"
Gher asked curiously.
"Since he was the chief of your clan back then, you've probably heard stories about him."
"Oh, yes," Eleor said. "The one everybody tells the most often is probably the one Althalus is telling you right now. All of our stories call Althalus a scoundrel. His version might be a little different, though." "Well, now," Althalus said, picking up his story again, "every place I turned in Aram, somebody was telling me about how fabulously rich this Gosty was. And it was in that little village tavern that I finally decided that it might be worth my while to pay a call on this rich fat man to see if there were any truth to those stories."
"And then to rob him?"
Gher demanded enthusiastically. "If the opportunity arose, probably so. Anyway, I went to Gosty's fort and talked my way inside. This was a very long time ago, and things were a little crude back then. Albron's Hall is pretty much a castle, with stone walls and marble floors. Gosty Bigbelly lived in a log fort with dirt floors, and he kept pigs in his dining room." Undine made a gagging sound. "There was a certain practicality there, Undine," Althalus explained. "If you've got pigs in the dining room, you don't have to keep carrying scraps out to the garbage heap."
"Will you stop that?"
Undine scolded him. "Sorry," Althalus said. "Anyway, I spent all that winter telling Gosty stories and jokes and eating at his table, and locating his strong room and examining the lock, of course."
"Naturally,"
Gher said with a knowing little smirk. "Well, when spring arrived and melted all the snow off the passes, I decided that it was time to say goodbye to Gosty and his pet pigs. So late one night, I visited his strong room and got the shock of my life. As it turned out, all the talk about unlimited wealth was just that, talk. There wasn't any gold in the strong room, only copper pennies and a few tarnished brass coins.
I'd just wasted a whole winter, and I was going to come away with very little to show for it. Anyway, I took as much of Gosti's brass and copper as I could conveniently carry and left the place before dawn. What did this have to do with throwing away your tunic? I was just getting to that, Gher. Gosti was really nothing but the fat chief of a very minor clan, and he desperately yearned for fame and recognition. I gave him exactly what he wanted. I sent out word that a master thief had just robbed his strongroom and carried off 12 bags of gold. He offered a reward for my capture, and the description he circulated all over Aram described my fine tunic right down to the last whisker. I didn't have any choice at that point. I had to get rid of that tunic. Tragic, Leigh murmured. That story didn't turn out too happy, Gher objected. Not every story has a happy ending, my boy, Althalus said philosophically, and this is one of them. Why don't we just fix it so that it turns out the way it should? I suppose I could change a few things the next time I tell it, to make it come out a little better, Althalus conceded. That wasn't what I meant, Althalus. I wasn't talking about just changing the story. I was talking about changing the things that happened back then, so that the story and the things the story tells about come out the way we want them to. Then Gher frowned slightly. You hadn't met Gehend yet when all this happened, had you? No, I didn't meet Gehend until I finally got away from Aram and went to Nabjor's camp in Gher. I didn't even know about Gehend back then, but I guess he knew about me. When he came into Nabjor's camp, he told me that he'd been following me for months. What's Gehend got to do with this, though? You said he was following you. That's what he told me. Then my idea might work after all. As long as he's right there following after you, maybe we could use him to make the story better.
Gher, Behaid said with a pained expression, I wish you'd make up your mind. Are you talking about story or reality here?
Aren't they the same thing, Mr. Behaid? A really good storyteller always changes his story to make it better. And since we've got those doors right here in the house, we can do the same thing to reality, can't we? You can't go back and change the past, Gher, Undine objected. Why not? Gen's been doing it right from the start, hasn't he? Why should he have all the fun? Gher scratched thoughtfully at his tousled hair. Let me work on this a little bit, Althalus, he said. I've got a sort of hunch that we'll be able to fix things so that you'll get to keep that tunic you liked so much. And maybe if I think real hard, we might be able to have something pretty awful happen to Gehend at the same time. I don't know about the rest of you, Eliar said with a great yawn, but I'm just about ready for bed. Why don't we all go to bed now, Dwyer agreed, before Althalus launches into another story. Althalus slept very well that night, but Geher's eyes were puffy as he sat down to breakfast, and he was yawning. Are you all right? Dwyer asked him. I didn't sleep too good, Emmy, he replied. It's real hard to get to sleep when you've got a lot on your mind. You need your sleep, Gher, she scolded. I'll be able to catch up once I've straightened out a few kinks in the thing I'm working on. What's bothering you so much, Gher? Undine asked the boy. Well, it all started with that wolfskin tunic Althalus was telling us about last night. He had to throw it away after he robbed the fat man, because the fat man was describing it to everybody he met. If we want to fix it so that Althalus doesn't have to throw it away, then we'd have to come up with some way to make sure that the fat man didn't talk about it. That might have taken a bit of doing, Gher, Althalus said dubiously. Gosti didn't care anything about money, because it was almost worthless. All he was really doing was bragging, because I'd taken the trouble to rob him. Oh, I saw that right off, Althalus, the boy replied, and I'd already come up with a way to get around that. All you'd really need is somebody to help with the robbery. I didn't really know anybody that well in Aram back in those days, Gher, and you don't just pick up a perfect stranger to be your accomplice. But there was somebody you met later who'd have fit right in. You keep forgetting about the doors, Althalus. All right. Who was it that I met later who'd have made a good accomplice?" "I was sort of thinking of Gend. He knew you, even if you didn't know him. He wanted to get on your good side so that he could persuade you to go steal the book for him. So he'd almost have to go along with you if you suggested that he should join you when you went to rob the fat man, wouldn't he?"
"Maybe so, but I didn't even so much as see him back then."
"Couldn't we fix that with one of those dream things? That was my first idea. I thought that he was probably sneaking around behind you everywhere you went. And we could use Emmy's window to find just the right time to do it. Let's say you went into one of those taverns when people were talking about the fat man, and maybe Gen's outside listening. Then Emmy does the dream thing, and Gen's not outside anymore. He's inside the tavern instead. Every thief in the world knows another thief almost as soon as he lays eyes on him, doesn't he?"
"I've never had much trouble picking out other businessmen."
"There you have it, then. After you two hear about that rich fat man, you take Gent aside and suggest that maybe you two ought to go visit that big-belly fellow. Gehen's stuck right there. He wouldn't dare to say no, because then you might say no when he talked about the book later on." "I love the way this boy's mind works," Leigh said. "It'd be perfect. Gen wouldn't have any choice but to go along with your scheme."
"I didn't really need any help, Gher," Althalus objected.
"Not with the robbery, maybe, but it wasn't the robbery that caused the problem. It was getting away that fixed it so that you had to throw your tunic away, wasn't it?"
"How would having Gent as my partner change that?"
"If you did it right, you wouldn't have to even try to get away. Let's say that you and Gent steal a bunch of gold out of that storeroom."
"But there wasn't any gold, Gher. I told you that."
"We could fix that in a minute. We've still got some of those kegs that we used to hire the Arams up in Emmy's tower, haven't we? We sneak one of those kegs into that storeroom, see? And then you and Gent break in and steal it. The fat man doesn't even know it's there, but that won't make any difference because he's not the one you're swindling. It's Gent you're after. After you two steal that keg of gold, you divide it up, see? And then you tell Gent that it might confuse people if each of you ran off in a different direction. Then you jump on your horse and ride off one way, and Gent rides off in another. As soon as you're out of sight, you give your share of the gold to Elia to bring back here. And then you double back to Gosti's place and act like you never went anywhere at all. Then you go wake up Gosti and tell him that you saw Gent break into that storeroom to steal stuff. Now, Gosti doesn't know about the gold we snuck into his storeroom, so he thinks that all there is in there is pennies. He wants people to think he's rich, though, so he makes a big fuss about how mad he is that Gent robbed him. And he describes Gent to everybody he meets, instead of describing you. So it's Gent who's out there running for his life, and you're still loafing around in Gosti's place like you hadn't done anything at all. You sit in front of the fireplace, eating chicken and telling stories like you did all winter long, while everybody in Aram's chasing Gent as hard as they can, because they think he's got a lot of gold they'd like to steal from him. Then, after a week or so, you tell Gosti you've got some business you have to take care of. So you tell him goodbye, and you ride on up to Gher to meet up with Gent like you two planned in the beginning. This time, though, you've still got that tunic you liked so much. When you get to Gher, you tell Gent that you got away easy, and when he tells you about what a bad time he had, you put on a long face and go, He doesn't know that you fooled him, so he still thinks you're his friend. Then when he hires you to go steal the book from him, you make him pay you with his share of all that gold you stole from Gosti's place. Only you didn't really steal it, because we're the ones who put it in that storeroom to begin with. Wouldn't that sort of work? Could you follow any of that?
Undine asked Althalus, with a baffled expression on her face. Most of it, yes, he replied. There are a couple of twists and turns that I haven't quite figured out yet, but I caught the broad outline. He looked at Gher. Could we actually do that, Em? He asked her.
The notion of bamboozling Gent that way lights a warm little fire in my heart. It's not impossible, she replied. It doesn't make very much sense, but we could do it.
Dwyer, Behaid exclaimed. That's tampering with reality. If you change the past, who knows what's going to happen to the present?
We've already seen what this now looks like, Behaid, Gher said. And there's a lot of stuff about it that we don't like very much. Wouldn't it be funner to make up a different now? If we keep tinkering with way back then, sooner or later we are bound to come up with a new now that suits us right down to the ground and puts Gen's nose out of joint at the same time. That's what Gen's been doing with his dream things, isn't it? He tries to make now come out the way he wants it to. All we'd be doing would be changing back then enough to make now come out the way we want it, instead of Gen's way. And if we do it like this, Althalus gets to keep that tunic he liked so much.
But if we keep tinkering with the past, nothing's ever permanent.
Where's your sense of adventure, Behaid? Leigh asked him. Permanence is so boring sometimes, isn't it? Wouldn't it be funner to live in a world Gher can change any time he wants to?
Funner? He asked.
Isn't it logical to believe that language would change as well as circumstances? Welcome to the world of Gher, Exarch Behaid. I think that's about enough of that, Leigh, Dwyer said absently. Althalus noticed that she was looking at Gher in a peculiar sort of way, however. The following day, after supper, Dwyer pushed her plate back and looked around the table. "There's something I've been considering for most of the day," she told them, "and I think maybe we should all take a look at it." "Is Gent up to something else?" Eliar asked. "Not as far as I know. Of course, with Gehend you can never be sure. This has to do with variations. A rather peculiar idea came to me while we were all listening to Althalus and Gher trying to tamper with reality." "We were only fooling around, Em," Althalus told her. "We weren't really serious about it." "We weren't?" Gher objected. "I thought it was a real good idea." "It was, Gher," Dwyer told him. "You just didn't take it quite far enough, that's all." "What did I miss?" "You were concentrating too much attention on that ridiculous tunic."
"Now, wait a minute,"
Althalus protested. "If you really want another tunic with ears, dear heart, I'll make you one. How would donkey ears suit you?"
"You wouldn't."
"Not if you stop interrupting me, I won't," she said sweetly. "Now then," she continued, "as soon as someone tells Gher a story, he immediately starts thinking of ways to improve it. This time he raised a very interesting possibility. If we were to create a dream vision at some place and time back there when Althalus was just a common thief, it's entirely possible that he'd be able to cousin poor Gend into being his accomplice during the famous robbery of Gosti Big Belly. The main goal of Gher's original scheme was to arrange things so that Althalus could keep that silly tunic. But that's not really much of a goal, is it? It's almost like building an entire castle just so that you'll have a hook to hang your hat on in one of the rooms. Gher's scheme just too good to waste on something that small, don't you think?" "I thought it was kind of fun," Gher said defensively. "I think I know of a way to make it funner," she said with a fond little smile. "I liked the part where Althalus tricks Gend into being his accomplice, and I love the part where Althalus betrays Gend to Gosti so that Gend has to run for his life. But after that, it doesn't go anywhere. A great scheme like yours should have a greater goal than some silly shirt, shouldn't it?" "Althalus would get all the gold in my plan," Gher said. "But it's his gold in the first place, isn't it?" "Well, yes, I suppose so. But the idea was to let Gehend hold it for a while and then trick him out of it." "Why not use the scheme to steal something from Gend that's much more important than gold?" "What is there that's more important than gold, Emmy?" Gher demanded in a baffled tone of voice. "We'll get to that in just a moment, Gher. I've noticed that you always start these schemes of yours by saying, 'What would happen if?' I came up with a different if than you did, though. What if Althalus used your scheme not to keep his tunic, or to swindle Gend out of his share of the gold that belonged to Althalus in the first place, but to steal Gend's book instead?
Dear God!
Behaid exclaimed. I'm a little busy right now, Exarch Behaid, Dwyer told him. Was it something important? Things would sort of fly apart for Gend if Althalus stole his book and threw it into a fire, wouldn't they? Eliar mused. That's not what I had in mind, Eliar, Dwyer replied. Gend's book wouldn't burn, for one thing. The entire procedure's a little more complex. Gen's scheme probably involved taking the Book of Dewas to Nagarash. It wouldn't have worked, of course. He'd have had the 2 books, but he wouldn't have had the 3rd one.
There are only 2 books, Dwyer,
Behaid protested. You're wrong, Brother Behaid, she told him. There are 3. The Book of Dewas, the Book of Daeva, and my book.
Your book? I'd never even heard that you have a book.
Behaid's eyes had gone very wide.
Where is it?
It's right here, she said calmly. Eliar has it tucked under his belt at the moment.
That's a knife, not a book,
Behaid objected. She sighed. What exactly is a book, Behaid? She asked.
It's a document, pages with writing on them.
The knife has writing on its blade, doesn't it?
But it's only 1 word.
Only one that you can read. Althalus read a different word. Eliar read another. And Andine and Leitha each read something else. The books of my brothers speak in broad generalities. My book's very specific. I told each of you 1 word, and you'll each spend your entire lifetime reaching out to understand that word. The Book of Dewas stays here, where it's absolutely safe. My book had to go out into the world, so I disguised it in order to protect it. Why do you think Pekal and the others couldn't bear to look at it? They've all seen knives before, and this one isn't all that much different from thousands of others. It's not the knife they see when Eliar holds it in front of them. It's my book. That's what terrifies them so much. They can't look at my book because it judges them. Eliar had taken the knife from his belt and was carefully examining it. It still only looks like a knife to me, Emmy, he said. It's supposed to. What color is it? Gher asked. Then it goes back to being a book, I mean. The one Ghen carries around is black, and that one on the table's white. What color is yours? Gold, naturally. It is the most valuable one of the 3, after all.
Could we see it in its real shape, I mean?
Behaid's voice had a kind of hunger in it. Not yet, Behaid. It's not time yet. Several things have to happen before I let it revert to its real form. That's what we're here to talk about. If we follow Gher's plan and use a dream vision to compel Ghen to join Althalus in the robbery of Gosti, Ghen would have to go to Gosti's fort, and where Ghen goes, the Book of Daeva goes. Oh, now I see where you're going with this, Emmy, Gher said. While Althalus and Ghen are both at Gosti's fort, Althalus slips into the place where Ghen sleeps and steals his book. Dwyer shook her head. No, Althalus doesn't steal the Black Book until he meets Ghen in Nabjor's camp in Hur.
Then why do we go through all that folderol in Gosti's fort? Behaid demanded. Why not just leave the past alone for the most part, and just concentrate on stealing the Black Book when Ghen goes to Hul? Because if Ghen wakes up and finds that his book is gone, he'll be on the trail of Althalus before he takes another breath. We have to come up with a way to delay him, and I think an imitation book might turn the trick. I can make that imitation, but I have to see and touch the real one first. If you've already got the book here, why bother to put it back in Ghen's saddlebag at all? Althalus asked her. Just give me the imitation. I'll put it in his bag, and he'll never know the difference. No, love, she disagreed. Sooner or later, Gen's going to open that book and read it. The moment he does that, he'll know immediately that it isn't the real one.
I don't want him to do that until after he hires you to steal the White Book. A few picky little changes in the past won't really alter the present very much, but if Gher calls Taiva out of Nagarash to recover the Black Book, the present won't even be recognizable anymore. That's why Althalus must have a duplicate to take the place of the book he steals, and I'm the only one who can produce a believable duplicate. Besides, I'm sure it would be more fun if we do it this way.
Fun? Behaid objected. What's fun got to do with this?
Althalus always does things better when he's enjoying himself, Behaid, Gher said with a sly little smile. And when you get right down to it, most other people do as well. Then she looked archly at Althalus. If I remember correctly, you and I made a little compact when we first started out. I was supposed to teach you how to use the book, and you were supposed to teach me how to lie, cheat, and steal. It seems that there might even have been some talk of a wager. Now that you mention it, I do sort of remember a conversation along those lines. Yes, he replied. Well, Pet, what do you think? Is my little scheme devious enough to suit you? It's so devious that it confuses even me, he admitted. Then I done good? She demanded in an obvious imitation of Gher's favorite question. He laughed. You done real good, Em. When you get right down to it, I think you done perfect. Naturally, she said with a little toss of her head. I'm always perfect. Didn't you know that? I don't quite get the point of this, Undine said with a baffled sort of look. What do we do with Gher's book after Althalus steals it? If it won't burn, how are we going to destroy it? Gher's expression grew very serious. We bring it here, she replied. That's what all of this has been about. When the three books are brought together in the same place and time, something very important's going to happen.
Oh, Behaid said. What's that?
I'm not entirely certain. It's never happened before. My brothers and I have had our little squabbles in the past, but the books have never been involved. The books are elemental forces, and there's no way to know what's going to happen when they come together. If there were only two, this would be fairly predictable. But since there are three, she shrugged and spread her hands. Who knows?
Wouldn't it be better not to risk it then? Behaid asked, sounding worried.
That option's not open anymore, Behaid, she said. I'm not sure exactly why Daiva decided to involve the books this time, but he did, and our choices went out of the window the moment he told Gher to hire Althalus to steal the Book of Dewas. Now we have to play it out and see what happens.
Chapter 42.
Now it came to pass that upon a certain day in early autumn did Althalus the thief and his youthful companion ride boldly up into the tree-clad mountains of Aram, with the gentle song of the knife singing about them all the way. And the heart of Althalus was content, for once more garbed was he in a garment of splendor, wrought of luxurious fur. And came they of a golden morning unto a wayside inn deep in the mountains, and there did they pause to refresh themselves from the rigours of their journey. And entered they a low-beamed room, alight with the golden sun of morning, and besat themselves at a finely wrought table awash with light, and called out unto the innkeeper for bright, foamy mead, even as the song of the knife caressed their ears. And ever watchful Althalus did cast his eyes about, and lo, there at a table across the room did he espy a familiar face. Puzzled was Althalus the thief, for try though he might, he could not recall that face, nor summon up any memory of his meeting with the man. Lank and black and greasy was the familiar stranger's hair, and deep sunk and burning were his eyes. And the stranger's companion was a smaller man with a sly face and manner ingratiating. And behold, others there were in that place, and spake they in good-humoured wise concerning a certain clan chief of Aram. It clept throughout the land most improbably as Gosty Big Belly. Truly have I heard of him ere this day, spake Althalus, but baffled am I that a chief of even small significance should choose to allow his clan to address him so. For surely such a name carries with it scant respect. "'Tis but one of Gosti's peculiarities, wayfarer," spoke one of they who tarried there upon that golden morning. "Correct art thou that such nomenclature would offend each and every clan chief in all of Aram, save this one. But Gosti doth view his paunch with great pride, and laughingly doth he boast that he hath not espied his feet in years." Amused appeared the speaker, and twinkled his eyes with delighted good humour. "Men say that he is wealthy beyond belief," ventured Althalus the thief, even alert for the main chance. "Wealthy doth not e'en begin to describe the richness of Gosti," spake yet another of they who lingered there. "Hath it been some fortunate discovery of a heretofore unknown pocket of gold which hath enriched him?" besought Althalus in hopeful query. Then laughed yet another of they who lingered there, e'en as the song of the knife transmuted itself into a minor key. "Nay, traveller," spake he, "'twas not the clan of Gosti upon which good fortune smiled, though methinks some slight corner of her smile did flicker across them. Some few years back did a wayfarer in the mountains above the lands of the clan of Gosti stumble across an outcropping of finest gold. Slender were the wits of the wayfarer, and spake he long and loud of his good fortune to sundry others in places where good rich mead is sold, and word of his discovery did soon spread far and wide o'er all the lands of Aram, and many were they who went to seek their fortunes above the lands of Gosti." And puzzled was the face of Althalus the thief. "'Tis but a simple thing, wayfarer," bespake yet another in the wayside tavern. "Some few years back was ponderous Gosti's father slain in a clan war, and thus was Gosti elevated. Some there were in that clan who gravely doubted Gosti's ability, but Gosti's paternal cousin Galbak, a man of towering stature and the temperament of an angry bear, did stand behind him, and others in the clan wisely chose to remain silent concerning Gosti's slender qualifications. Common is the opinion that men of great birth have small brains, but such is not true of Chief Gosti. His ancestral home doth stand on the bank of a ravaging river so swift that some believe it can snatch away a man's shadow, and no man is so brave or so foolish that he would venture to attempt a crossing, e'en though it will be 5 days' hard travel in either direction to safer fords. Therefore did shrewd Gosti and titanic Galbak devise a scheme whereby they did erect a bridge across that savage river, and then did they cruelly extort money from they who sought to cross. Their benefit at first was meagre, for they extorted merely copper, but following the discovery of gold in the nearby mountains, commenced Gosti's unprincipled clan to demand gold rather than copper. Now the mountains of Aram are beautiful to behold, but a man who hath just passed a tedious year tunneling inch by inch into obdurate stone hath scant interest in scenery. His thirst for good rich mead is strong, and he hungers greatly for the companionship of lightsome ladies, who care not a farthing if a man be dirty and unkempt, so long as his purse be filled with gold. As thou canst well imagine, such men will pay gladly whatever is asked of them to cross shrewd Gosti's bridge to the pleasures that lie beyond. And thus it is that Gosti's strong room doth bulge with good yellow gold, which others most cheerfully wrest from the mountains for his benefit. Stretch forth thine eyes and look upon the face of Ghent, bespake youthful Gher in sibilant whisper. Methinks his thought doth follow closely upon thine, O my teacher. And puzzled was Althalus the thief, for his companion Gher bespake himself in a manner most unusual, for truly youthful Gher was unlettered and unpolished. But clever Althalus pondered not this peculiarity, but bent his eyes instead upon the face of Ghent, and recognized he there such signs of open avarice as were common among those who followed the profession so dear to the heart of Althalus himself. "Maybe it would be wise of us to seek out the familiar stranger, Ghent," shrewdly whispered youthful Gher. "For should it come to pass that his thought is e'en as thine, as methinks it surely is, shall ye both not stumble o'er each other in pursuit of this common goal?" And it seemed Althalus that youthful Gher spake wisely, and resolved he then and there to pursue the child's cunning advice.
"It didn't happen that way," Althalus muttered, coming half awake in his bed. "Hush," Dwayer's voice commanded. "Go back to sleep, or we'll never get this finished." "Yes, dear," he replied with a long sigh, and then he plunged back into his dream.
Now it came to pass that e'en as golden morning turned to golden noon, that lank-haired Ghent and his small sly companion Cnom did quaff the dregs of their mead, and arise to go their way. Then arose also cunning Althalus and youthful Gher, and went they also from that place. And as it chanced to happen, their horses were tethered near unto each other, and clever Althalus spake most casually unto fire-eyed Ghent, saying, "Methinks thy thought is e'en as mine, forasmuch as the rumour of gold, it seemeth to me, doth strike sparks from thy mind, e'en as it doth from mine." "Truly," replied harsh-voiced Ghent, "for gold doth shine prettily in mine eyes, and ring winsomely in mine ears." "It is e'en so with me," confessed wily Althalus, "but prudence doth suggest that wisely might we confer regarding this matter, for should we separately follow a self-same course, it were probable that we should encounter each other at every turn, and thus may our design be confounded." "Thy thought hath merit," spake Ghent. "Let us go apart from this place, and speak further concerning this matter. It seemeth me that thou dost propose an alliance in this venture, and I do confess me, thy proposal doth titillate mine imagination."
"Well," Dwyer said the next morning at the breakfast table, "does that give you enough to work with?"
"What were you doing to my mouth, Emmy?" Gher demanded in a baffled tone. "I don't even know what some of those words mean." "It was absolutely beautiful, Gher," Undine declared. "You spoke almost like a poet." "It wasn't me who was talking like that, Undine," Gher said. "I think Emmy stuck one of her paws in my mouth and sprained my tongue."
"It was what's called high style, Gher," Bede explained. "I doubt if anybody's ever actually spoken that way."
"It's been quite some time since it was common," Dwyer said. "Let's set the language aside for the moment, though, and stick to the event itself. Will you be able to build on what I gave you, Althalus, or are you going to need more?"
"I think there was enough for me to work with him. Ghent was there, and he was interested. That's all I'll really need."
"As long as we're going to go through with this, it doesn't really matter that I was spitting these on the table and thous on the floor, does it?" Gher asked.
"It seemed to me that thou hast hit the nail right upon its head, winsome Gher," Leitha said brightly.
"Make her stop that, Emmy,"
Gher complained. "But none of that could have happened," Eliar objected. "There wasn't any new gold discovery back then."
"There is, or was, now," Dwyer disagreed. "It wasn't really all that big a change, Eliar. The gold deposit was all mined out in a dozen or so years, and nothing really significant came of it. The only thing of any real meaning that grows out of it is going to be Gen's involvement in the robbery. The sun will continue his journey, and the earth and the moon theirs. A slight dislocation in human history won't alter the universe. There is one thing you should keep in mind, Althalus. Our dream vision happened now. You and Gher will remember it, because you were here in the house last night. When the two of you go back to the past, Gehend won't remember it, because for him it hasn't happened yet."
Althalus chuckled evilly. "That's all I need, Em," he boasted. "I'll have him for lunch. When do we start?" "Did you have anything particularly important you wanted to do today?" "Not a thing, Em. Not a thing." "Then we can start right after breakfast." Their preparations weren't very extensive. Althalus had to discard his steel sword, of course, but he didn't mind that. The bronze sword he'd worn when he'd first come to the house was a dear old friend anyway. Gher modified the clothing Althalus and Gher wore to eliminate the buttons, and Leigh made a quick trip to Chief Albron's hall to fetch a couple of horses. He was grinning broadly when he returned. "Sergeant Kellor sends his regards, Emmy," he said, "and I'm supposed to tell you that everything is going pretty much the way you wanted it to." "That's nice," she said with a faint smile. "Do you have enough money, Althalus?" she asked then. "I think so," Althalus replied. "If I need more, I'll just pick somebody's pocket." "I'd rather you didn't," she said disapprovingly. "It's part of your education, Em," he said piously. "Now that you've decided to lie, cheat, and steal, I'm just going to give you some demonstrations. Watch and learn, Em." "Go, Althalus," she commanded, pointing at the door. "Go now." "Yes, ma'am." Leigh took Althalus and Gher through his special door to a trail that wandered up into the mountains of southern Aram. "I've got your horses picketed right over there," he told them, pointing toward a nearby thicket. Althalus nodded. "You'd better get out of sight, Leigh," he said. "Ghen's probably nearby, and I don't think we want him to see you." Leigh nodded. "I'll be at the window," he said. "If you need anything, give me a shout." "Right," Althalus said. Leigh turned and then stepped out of sight.
"That's spooky,"
Gher, dressed once more in rags, said.
"Even though I know what he's doing, watching him just poof out of sight like that gives me the cobble-wobbles."
Althalus looked around to get his bearings. "This is the way we're going to do this, Gher," he said quite seriously. "There should be a crossroad about a half-mile on up ahead. I'll keep plodding along this trail while you get the horses and take them through the woods to that crossroad. We'll meet there and make some show of acting as if we'd planned it that way a long time ago." Gher looked puzzled.
"Why do it that way?"
he asked. "Because Ghen told me in Nabjor's camp that he'd been following me. He might be somewhere nearby, or he might not, but I'm not going to take any chances. I was alone and on foot when I left Magu, and if Ghen was following me, I don't want anything to happen that doesn't have a logical explanation. If he's just thumping along behind me, he's probably about half asleep, and I want him to stay that way. If he wakes up, he might start noticing things I'd rather he didn't."
"You're awful good at this kind of stuff,"
Gher said. Althalus shrugged. "I'm the best," he said modestly. "Oh, one other thing. I know that Andine and Leigh have been trying to teach you correct language. Forget about it. I want you to go back to country boy. Start saying he done and we was and didn't mean nothing. If you talk that way, maybe Ghen won't realize how clever you are." Gher went back into the thicket, and Althalus walked on along the trail, trying to remember every single detail of certain events which had happened some 25 centuries ago, so that he could slightly alter them. He kept repeating the words slightly to himself as he plodded along. Gher was sitting on a log at the crossroad, and the horses were tied to nearby bushes. "I see you got my message," Althalus called out.
"Well,"
Gher said,
"sort of. You didn't pick such a good messenger, Althalus. He was pretty drunk when he told me what you wanted, so I wasn't too sure I was getting it right."
"He was the only one I could find on short notice. It looks to me as if you got enough of the message to meet me here."
"I had to do a lot of guessing. Where are we going from here?"
"I want to go back to Huel, where I belong. I've had about as much of civilization as I can stand. Did you happen to see any taverns on your way here? I've been walking for a long time now, and I've worked up a powerful thirst."
"There's a village a few miles on up ahead,"
Gher said, rising to his feet.
"Any place where there's a village, there's bound to be a tavern."
"Right," Althalus agreed. "Let's mount up and go see if we can find it." They went to the horses and prepared to mount.
"Did I do all right, Althalus?"
Gher whispered. You did fine, Gher. If Gern was listening, our little talk covered everything we want him to know.
What if he wasn't listening?
I'll take care of that when we get to the tavern, Althalus assured him.
You won't have to do that.
Eliar's voice silently spoke to Althalus.
Gen's about 20 feet away from where you are, and he's got Gnome with him.
Everything's going the way it's supposed to, then, Althalus sent his thought back. Thanks, Eliar.
Don't mention it, Dwea's voice murmured. Oh, by the way, I encouraged Gnome to think about Thirsty, so he and Gand are probably going to be in that tavern when you two arrive.
Encouraged?
Someday I'll show you how to do it, love. It's not really very hard.
Good. Let's go, Gher, Althalus said, nudging his horse. The tavern was much as Althalus remembered it, except for a shaggy grey horse and a tired-looking bay tied to a rail near the front door. The grey's Gen's horse, Althalus told his young friend quietly as they dismounted. Let's tie ours to that same rail.
Right, Gher agreed. Do I get to drink mead, too?
No, Dwea's voice was very firm. Sorry, Em, Althalus overrode her. If he doesn't drink something, it might arouse suspicions in Gen's mind. I'll see to it that our boy doesn't drink too much.
You and I are going to talk about this, Althalus, she told him ominously.
It's always a pleasure talking with you, Em, he said blandly. Althalus and Gher tethered their horses to the rail and went on into the tavern.
They're right over there,
Gher said quietly, thrusting his chin at a table off to one side. Right, Althalus agreed. Let's not sit too close. They sat down at a crude table near the door, and Althalus called for mead. That's a fine-looking tunic you've got there, friend, the tavern-keeper said, placing 2 large earthenware cups of mead on the table. Althalus shrugged. It keeps the wind off my back, he replied. He charges how much? One of the patrons of the tavern demanded, incredulously, of the man who'd evidently just said something astonishing.
1 full ounce of gold, the other man replied, and Ghosty Big Belly's got a dozen men with battle axes standing right there to make sure you pay before you cross that bridge.
That's outrageous.
It beats trying to swim, and there's no place where you can ford the river for 5 days' ride in either direction. That bridge is Ghosty's license to steal. All the gold diggings are over on the other side of that river, but nobody's going to get to them or get back out unless he pays what Ghosty Big Belly demands.
Excuse me, Althalus said to them. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything, but my young friend and I are on our way to Hule, and I think that we might have to pick another route if that bridge you were just talking about happens to stand in our way on this particular trail.
If you're going to Hule, you won't have no problems, traveler. The Hule Road runs along this side of that river, and you won't have to pay nobody to use it. It's the other side of the river that'll bite big chunks out of your purse. There's gold on that side, and Ghosty Big Belly's going to make certain sure that anybody who wants to go a-looking for that gold is going to pay to get there.
Where in the world did a clan chief get a name like that? Althalus asked. It doesn't sound very respectful to me.
You'd almost have to know Ghosty to understand, another tavern patron explained. You're right about how a name like that would offend most of the clan chiefs of Aram, but Ghosty's very proud of that belly of his. He even laughs out loud when he brags that he hasn't seen his feet in years.
If he's charging people an ounce of gold to cross over that bridge of his, he must be getting fairly close to rich by now.
Oh, he's rich, all right, the man who denounced the amount of the toll confirmed. He's way, way past rich.
Did he have his men build that bridge as soon as he heard about that pocket of gold up there in the mountains?
No, he had his bridge in place even before word of the gold leaked out. It all started some years back. There was this clan war, you see, and Ghosty's father, who was chief back then, got himself killed in that war. That made Ghosty the chief, whether anybody liked it or not, and most of them didn't. Ghosty weren't none too popular, since a clan chief's supposed to be some kind of hero, and a real fat man don't look none too heroic. Ghosty's got a cousin, though. Galback his name is, and Galback's about 7 feet tall, and he's meaner than a snake. Nobody in his right mind crosses Galback. Now, Gosty's not the most energetic fellow in the world, since he's real fat, and like most fat men, he's dog-bone lazy. Now, every so often, a clan chief has to visit other clan chiefs, and a 5-day ride to the nearest river ford didn't hardly set Gosty's heart all aglow. So he ordered his men to build him a bridge across that river. Then, after it was finished, he came up with the idea of making anybody who wasn't a member of his clan pay to use his bridge. Right at first, the price was only a penny, but after the discovery of gold up in the mountains, the price went up considerable.
A full ounce of gold goes beyond considerable, my friend, Althalus said dryly. Why would anybody in his right mind pay that kind of price?
They're glad to pay it. A man who's just spent 6 months digging a hole into a mountainside starts to get powerful thirsty, and he starts to get real lonesome for the company of pretty women who don't care how bad a fellow smells as long as he's got a pocket full of gold. Gosty's camped right across the only way out of the mountains, so he gets his share of every speck of gold that's dug up, and he don't even have to get his hands dirty. I don't think anybody's even come up with a word yet to describe just how rich Gosty Big Belly really is.
Gher nudged Althalus with his elbow.
"Look at Gehend," he hissed. "He's actually drooling."
Althalus let his eyes casually drift across the faces of the other tavern patrons, giving Gehend only a quick glance in passing. The lank-haired man with burning eyes was pale, and the expression on his face was a grotesque exaggeration of undisguised yearning.
"I think he just swallowed our hook, Althalus,"
Gher said smugly.
"All we have to do now is pull him in."
"Just exactly where is this toll bridge?" Gehend asked carefully in his harsh voice. "My friend and I are going north ourselves, probably in the same general direction as those 2 other travelers. And if this Gosty fella's as greedy as you say, he might just start collecting toll on the Huel Road as well as on that bridge of his." "I don't think he'd go quite that far, traveler," the fellow who just recounted Gosty's history declared. "The other clan chiefs wouldn't stand for it, and that'd start a war." "Maybe," Gehend said, "but I think my friend and I might want to get past the greedy man's territory before he happens to think of expanding his little empire." He drained his mead cup and stood up. "It's been a pleasure, gentlemen," he said sardonically, "and we'll have to do this again one of these days." And then he and Knom left the tavern.
"Let's go," Althalus said quietly to Gher.
"I haven't finished my mead yet,"
the boy protested. "Yes, you have. We are leaving right now." They went out through the tavern door to join Gehend and Knom at the rail where the horses were tethered. "Have you got a moment, friend?" Althalus asked.
"We're in sort of a hurry,"
Knom told him. "This won't take but a minute," Althalus assured him. Then he looked directly at Gehend. "If I read your face correctly, and I usually do, you found the story about Gosty Big Belly and all that gold that's piling up around him very interesting."
"It got my attention," Gehend admitted shortly.
"I thought it might have. You've got the look of a businessman about you."
"Which business are we talking about? I don't sell pots and pans or sheep, if that's what you mean."
"Neither do I, friend. I was referring to the business that involves the transfer of ownership of this, that, and the other thing."
"Oh, that business. My associate and I dabble in that now and then."
"I sort of thought you might. I saw the way your eyes lit up when those country bumpkins started talking about the fat man and his toll bridge. I'll tell you right out in front that those stories lit a little fire in my belly, too."
"So?"
"If it just happened that we both went to visit the fat man with the idea of transferring ownership of part of his gold, we'd probably be tripping over each other at every turn, right?"
"It's possible,"
Gehend conceded. "Now, I am going to pay Gosty a call, and if you are too, mightn't it be better if we joined forces instead of going into competition with each other? If I'm trying to outsmart you and you're trying to outsmart me,
The fat man's likely to outsmart the both of us, and we could both end up getting ourselves hung."
"That does make sense," Gher admitted. "Are you any good?"
"He's the best there is," Gher said proudly. "You wouldn't believe how much he's charging my family for my education. Althalus here could probably even steal things from God."
"Now that's something I'd like to see," Gnom chortled.
"Just point Althalus in the direction of God's house and get out of his way,"
Gher boasted. "I think maybe we better talk about this just a little bit more," Gern said. "Let's move away from here, though. The doorstep of a tavern's not the best place for this kind of discussion."
"I was just about to suggest that myself," Althalus said. "You've got good instincts." They all mounted their horses and rode through the village into the woods beyond. "Find us a good place, Gher," Althalus told the boy.
"Right."
Gher dug his heels into his horse's flanks and galloped off.
"He seems to be a very clever boy,"
Gnom observed. "He's so clever he makes my teeth hurt," Althalus said sourly. "Every time I come up with a simple plan for a simple robbery, he starts adding complications."
"Oh, by the way,"
Gern said, removing his peculiar bronze helmet,
"my name's Gher, and this is Gnom."
"That might be useful to know. My name's Althalus, and the boy's Gher."
"Pleased to meet you,"
Gern said with a faint smile.
"I think I seen a good place,"
Gher called from just on ahead.
"There's a meadow with a clump of trees in the middle. We can talk there without nobody seeing us together, and nobody can sneak up on us to listen to what we're saying."
"Lead the way," Althalus told him.
"It's over there,"
Gher said, pointing off to the left. The meadow was steeply sloped, and the small grove of trees in its center was several hundred yards from the edge of the surrounding forest.
"Are we going to do this like we usually do?"
Gher asked as they dismounted in the grove.
"You know, 'ten like we don't know each other when we get there?"
"10 like?"
Gnome asked with a look of bafflement. Gher makes up words sometimes, Althalus explained. What he actually means is pretend like, and he's probably right. We don't want Gosti to start thinking of us as a group. I think we should behave as if we're strangers, and sort of avoid each other while we're inside Gosti's main building. We'll have to gain his confidence, and that's going to take a while. We'll need to make up a few fairly convincing lies, but that's no problem for professionals.
"Not really," Gher acknowledged. "Then we should probably split up right here."
"Right," Althalus agreed. "Why don't you and Gnom ride out from this grove and go north? Then Gent and I'll wait for about an hour and ride off toward the east. If anybody's watching, he won't realize that we are together."
"You are good, Althalus," Gher said admiringly. "You've got an excellent eye for details. When this is all over, we might want to talk again. I might just have a business proposition for you. But let's rob Gosti first, shall we?"
"One thing at a time, certainly. All right, have you got gold enough to buy your way across that bridge?"
"I've got plenty," Gher replied. "Do you need some?"
The question was slyly put. "And if I happen to say yes, our partnership would end right here, wouldn't it?"
"Probably, yes."
"That went by real quick, didn't it?"
Gher said to Gnom.
"If we'd blinked, we'd have missed it," Gnom agreed. "We're dealing with a pair of masters here, my boy. We can tend like we don't know it, but we better keep our eyes open."
"You're right about that."
"Gher and I'll cross Gosti's bridge a day or so after you and Gnom do," Althalus continued, "and we'll keep away from you when we get to Gosti's place. Have you noticed my tunic?"
"How could I miss it?"
Gher replied. "Most of the time I'll just leave the hood pushed back. If I pull it up and you can see the wolf ears sticking out, it means that I need to talk to you. All right?" Gher nodded.
"And I'll use my bronze helmet the same way. Most of the time it'll be hanging on my belt. If I've got it on my head, it'll mean that I want to talk to you."
"This is all coming together very well," Althalus said. "This is probably as far as we need to go for right now. We'll need to get the lay of the land a bit before we come up with any more details. Once we know where the fat man's strong room is and how well it's guarded, we'll be able to polish the details."
"Agreed,"
Ghan said shortly.
Do we need to talk about anything else?
I think that covers it, Gher said.
All right, then, Althalus said. You two had better get moving. We'll see you again in Gosti's fort.
Only we'll tend like we never laid eyes on each other before,
Gnom said, grinning broadly at Gher.
He learns quick, don't he?
Gher said to Althalus.
Maybe if we steal enough gold, I'll be able to buy him and teach him the business.
That startled even Althalus.
Don't get worried, Althalus,
Gher said with an impudent grin.
You're still the best. I probably won't get to be better than you are for at least another month or two, maybe even as long as 3.
Gher was laughing as he and Gnom mounted their horses and rode out of the grove toward the north. Chapter 43.
It definitely goes against my grain, Gher,
Gnom was saying to his confederate as Althalus and the others stood at the window in the house watching the pair riding north towards the land of Gosti's clan.
Do we have to let that grubby thief get away with half of the gold?
We need him, Gnom, Gher replied,
unless you want to go to the house of Dewas and steal his book. Not very likely, Gnom said, shuddering. I've heard a few stories about what Dwyer does to people who annoy her, and they make swimming in boiling pitch sound pleasant by comparison.
Then Gnom squinted slyly sideways at Gher.
What about after he's stolen the book for us? We won't need him any more then, so we could cut his throat and take his share of the gold we steal from Gosti, couldn't we? Once he's delivered the book, we've done with him.
Gher laughed sardonically.
You have no loyalties whatsoever, do you, Gnom?
Not when they get in my way, Gnom admitted. I like gold, Gher, and I won't stop until it's all mine.
Except for my share,
Gher told him. You weren't planning to steal mine, were you? Of course not, Gnom replied just a bit too quickly. Althalus and that clever little boy are another matter. You and I like brothers, but those two aren't much more than a convenience. Their only reason for existence is to help us rob the fat man and then to go steal the book for us. Once they've done that, we can dispose of them. Remind me never to turn my back on you, Gnom, Gher said. You haven't got a thing to worry about, dear brother, Gnom declared with mock sincerity. Not yet, anyway, Gher added.
They aren't really very friendly to each other, are they?
Gher said.
Not particularly, no, Dwyer replied. Gher saved Gnom's life after he was expelled from Ledern. But gratitude's an alien concept for Gnom. Watch him very carefully, Gher. He's devious, sly, and completely unscrupulous, and he's your responsibility.
Mine?
Of course. Eliar dealt with Pekal in Wekti, Andine outwitted Gelter in Treboria, and Leitha and Behaid eliminated Argan and Common in Perquain. Now it's your turn, and Gnom's the one you're after.
I don't think he'll give me too much trouble, Emmy, the boy said. The knife told me to deceive, didn't it? Doesn't that mean that I'm supposed to trick him? I already did that when I came up with the idea of the dream thing that made him and Gend help me and Althalus rob Gosti, didn't I? I'm already so far ahead of Gnom that he doesn't even know which way I'm going.
Don't get overconfident, Gher, she chided. Gnom's more clever than he appears to be. Keep things simple. If you get too excited, he'll start to catch a faint odor of something that's not quite right, and that'll put him on his guard. He already knows how clever you are. You have to make sure that he keeps believing that you're concentrating on tricking Gosti instead of Gehend.
I'll remember that, Emmy,
Gher promised. It was late morning, 2 days later, when Gehend and Gnom reached Gosti's toll bridge, and they were obliged to wait while the burly toll-taker was engaged in a heated argument with a would-be prospector in ragged clothes.
"What if I promise to come back and pay after I find gold?"
the prospector suggested plaintively.
"Don't be silly,"
the tattooed toll-taker said in a voice filled with contempt.
"You pay now or you don't cross the bridge." "It's just not fair," the ragged man complained. "There's all that gold up there, and you won't let me cross the river to get my share. You don't have any money at all, do you?" "Well, not yet,
but I'll be rich as soon as I find gold. You're wasting my time. Stand aside and let the paying customers through. I've got as much right to be here as they do. Guards! The toll-taker shouted over his shoulder to the two fur-clad men armed with bronze axes lounging nearby. This fool's blocking the bridge. He wants to cross the river. Why don't you throw him in, and we'll find out how good a swimmer he is? The two burly guards grinned broadly and started toward the prospector. I'll tell my clan chief about this, the fellow threatened, backing away. Then he turned and ran, shouting curses back over his shoulder. Does that happen often? Gher asked the tattooed man. All the time. You wouldn't believe some of the promises I've heard. Only about 1 in 10 has the money to cross the bridge. How much? Gher asked shortly. 1 gold ounce apiece, the tattooed man replied. Gher opened his purse almost negligently and took out 2 coins. How do I go about getting in to see your chief? He asked. I need to talk business with him. He's in that fort over on the other side of the river, the toll-taker replied. Most probably in the dining hall. I wouldn't want to disturb him while he's eating. You'll wait a long time, then. Ghosty eats steadily from morning to night. I wouldn't worry about it. He can eat and listen at the same time. One of the guards laughed. It's eating and talking at the same time that gives Ghosty problems, he said. He sprays a lot when he tries to talk, so it gets kind of messy out in front of him. I'll keep that in mind and stand back a bit, Gher said. Then he and Knom made their way across the bridge. They don't look the least bit like Arams, Eliar protested. Why aren't they wearing kilts like real Arams do? The trade routes between Aram and Wekti hadn't been established yet, Dwyer explained. What's that got to do with their clothes? Kilts are made of wool, Eliar, she replied, and Arams aren't very interested in raising sheep. This is happening 2,500 years ago, you realize. Back then, most of the people living in the mountains wore animal skin clothing, and their weapons were all made of bronze. What a strange way to live, Eliar said disapprovingly. That's a better bridge than the old one, Althalus observed. A good sneeze would have collapsed the old bridge. Was that fellow with the drawings on his skin the same one you met last time? Gher asked. It's the same man, Althalus replied, but he's acting more official now that the price has gone up. Then he squinted at the fort across the river. It's bigger than it was when I came here last time. Could we get a bit closer, Em? I'd like to see just exactly what's been modified. Of course, love. There was a brief blur beyond the window, and Althalus found that he was looking down at Ghosty's fort from above. They have made some changes, he observed. Last time that barn at the north end was outside the walls, and the pigs were just wandering around in the courtyard. I see that they are penned up now. All in all, Ghosty's fort was much more orderly than it had been before. The main structure was now a fairly substantial log fort that overlooked the river and the toll bridge, rather than the rickety building Althalus remembered. The walled-in courtyard was lined with various workshops and animal pens. The stables were attached to the old hay barn on the north side of the court, and the smithy, tannery, and carpenter's shed ran along the east wall from the fort to the barn. Once we get there, we'll have to do some exploring, Althalus told Gher. There are a lot of changes we'll need to know about. I'll snoop around, Gher said. Nobody pays much attention to curious boys. Good idea. They're taking Gehend inside the fort to meet Ghosty, Leigh told Althalus. You might want to eavesdrop. Maybe so. I don't want Gehend getting exotic at this point. The ground below blurred, and Althalus found himself looking down at Ghosty and his table. He's grotesque, Undine exclaimed, in a voice filled with revulsion. They don't call him Ghosty Big Belly for nothing, that's for certain, Eliar agreed. How can anybody that fat even move? Undine demanded. He doesn't, Althalus told her. He sleeps in that chair, and he usually keeps eating right through his naps. A fur-clad clansman with a bronze-tipped spear escorted Gend and Knom into the fat man's presence. These strangers want to talk with you, Ghosty, he announced. "They say it's about business."
"Show them in,"
Gosty commanded, wiping his greasy hands on the front of his vast robe.
"I'm always ready to talk business."
"This one says his name's Gher," the clansman said. "He's the one who wants to speak with you."
"I'm pleased to meet you, Gher," Gosty belched. "What kind of business do you have in mind?"
"It's nothing very important, Chief Gosty," Gher said. "I have some things to attend to in Equiro. Normally I'd travel there through Perquane and Treboria, but there are some people down there who aren't really very fond of me, so my servant and I decided to go to Equiro by the northern route. We got a late start, though, so we won't be able to get across the mountains before the snow flies. I was wondering if I might be able to persuade you to put us up for the winter."
"Persuade?"
Gosty asked, gnawing at a bone. "He means pay, Chief Gosty," Gnom translated.
"That's the word dearest to my heart,"
Gosty chortled, spraying pork fat all across the table.
"Talk to my cousin Galback, and he'll see to your accommodations."
Gosty turned slightly and gestured toward a giant of a man with a close-cropped beard and agate-hard eyes.
"Look after their knees, Galback," he ordered. "Yes, cousin," Galback replied in a deep, rumbling voice.
"He's a big one, isn't he?"
Ilia noted.
"Bigger in the house,"
Gher agreed.
"I don't think we'd want to get on the wrong side of him, except that I don't really see no good side on that one." "You're lapsing, Gher," Undine scolded. "You've been taught to speak more correctly." "It's part of the swindle, Undine," he explained. "Althalus wants me to talk country, so Gehend and Gnom don't get no ideas about how slick I really am. I'm supposed to be smart, but act dumb. I don't know exactly how come, but if that's the way he wants it, I'll do it that way." "It's colorful, if nothing else," Leigh noted. "When are we going in, Althalus?"
Gher asked. "Let's wait a few days. We want to give Gehend and Gnom time to get settled in, and for everybody in Gosty's horde to get used to having them around. If we go in too soon, somebody might see some kind of connection between us. I want everybody there to believe that I've never seen Gehend before." Althalus and Gher spent the next 2 days carefully watching Gehend and Gnom grow acquainted. "That should do it," Althalus told the boy on the afternoon of the second day. "We'll go in about mid-morning tomorrow."
"Anything you say, Althalus."
They gathered in the dining room at the foot of the stairs for breakfast the next morning, and Dwyer gave Althalus and Gher a great deal of advice, most of which Althalus planned to ignore.
"She does that a lot, doesn't she?"
Gher asked Althalus as they followed Ilia to the south wing of the house, where their horses were stabled. Althalus shrugged. "It doesn't cost us anything to sit and listen to her, and if it makes her happy—"
"But you don't ever do exactly what she tells you to."
"Not very often, no," Althalus admitted. "We'll want to come out on the trail about 10 miles south of the toll bridge, Ilia, just in case Gosty's got lookouts posted near his fort."
"Right,"
Ilia agreed. The willow trees along the tumbling river had turned, and their leaves were red as Althalus and Gher rode north through Aram toward Gosty's fort. "Let me do the talking when we get to the bridge, Gher," Althalus cautioned. "There's something I need to set up."
"All right,"
Gher agreed. It was almost noon when they reached the bridge, and the toll-taker stopped them to demand 2 ounces of gold. "That's a fine-looking tunic you've got there, friend," the tattooed fellow noted after Althalus had paid him. "It keeps the weather off," Althalus replied with a casual shrug. "Where did you come by it?" "Up in Hule," Althalus replied, even as he had the last time. "I happened across this wolf, you see, and he was about to jump on me and tear out my throat so that he could have me for supper. Now, I've always sort of liked wolves. They sing so prettily, but I don't like them well enough to provide supper for them, particularly when I'm going to be the main course. Well, I just happened to have this pair of bone dice with me, and I persuaded the wolf that it might be more interesting if we played dice to decide the matter, instead of rolling around on the ground trying to rip each other apart."
Even as he had the previous time, the toll-taker became totally engrossed in the wild story about the dice game with the wolf, and Gher appeared to be caught up in it as well. Althalus was pleased that he hadn't lost his touch, and he expanded the story, adding more outrageous details as he went along.
"Oh, that's a rare story, friend," the chortling toll-taker said at the conclusion,
clapping Althalus on the back with one meaty hand.
"Ghosty's got to hear this one."
He turned to one of the broadly grinning guards.
"Take over here," he ordered. "I want to introduce our friend here to Ghosty." "Right," the guard agreed.
"That was a terrible good story, Althalus,"
Gher said admiringly as they followed the toll-taker across the bridge. "I'm glad you liked it."
"Was that the same one you told him last time?"
"More or less. I embellished it a little, though." They followed the fur-clad man up through the village, through the gates of the fort, and then on into the dining hall, where Ghosty sat, ripping chunks from a haunch of roasted pork.
"Ho, Ghosty,"
their guide said loudly, to get the fat man's attention.
"This is Althalus. Have him tell you the story of how he came by this fine wolf-eared tunic of his." "All right,"
Ghosty replied, taking a gulp of mead from his drinking horn.
"You don't mind if I keep eating while you tell me the story, do you?"
"Not at all, Ghosty," Althalus replied. "I certainly wouldn't want you to start wasting away right in front of my eyes." Ghosty blinked, and then he roared with laughter, spewing greasy pork all over the table. Althalus glanced quickly around the smoky dining hall, and he saw Gehend and Gnom seated near the fire-pit. Gehend nodded slightly and put on his peculiar bronze helmet. Althalus launched into a much expanded version of his story about the dice game with the wolf, and by late afternoon he and Gher were firmly ensconced in chairs beside the enormous fat man. After sunset, Ghosty drifted off to sleep, and the tall, bearded Galbac leaned across the table.
"If you and your boy have finished, Althalus, I'll take you to a place where you can get some sleep. When Ghosty starts to snore, nobody sleeps."
"I am a little tired, Galbac," Althalus admitted. "Telling stories can be exhausting." Galbac laughed.
"You don't play games with me, Althalus. You loved every minute of it."
Althalus grinned at him as he and Gher rose from their seats. "You seem to be Ghosty's right hand, Galbac," he told the towering Aram as they crossed the dining hall.
"Well, more like his left one," Galbac rumbled. "He eats with his right hand." Galbac sighed, then, "That's what's going to kill him in the end, I'm afraid. It's probably all right to be sort of fat, but Ghosty's taken it too far. He can't sleep lying down anymore, and there are times when he can barely get his breath."
"You're likely to be the one who succeeds him, aren't you?"
"Probably so, but I'm not looking forward to it very much. Ghosty and I are like brothers, and are more or less forced to stand and watch while he eats himself to death."
Gehend rose from the bench upon which he and Gnom had been sitting.
"That was quite some story, stranger," he complimented Althalus.
"This is Gehend," Galbac introduced them, "and that's his servant, Gnom. They're from Regwas, and they're wintering here."
"Pleased to meet you, Gehend," Althalus murmured perfunctorily. "Maybe we'll have time to get better acquainted during the winter."
"Maybe,"
Gehend agreed, sitting back down. Galbac led Althalus and Gher on toward the dining-room door.
"I wouldn't get my hopes up too much about that one, Althalus," he suggested. "Gehend keeps pretty much to himself, and you could tell him the funniest joke in the world, and he wouldn't so much as crack a smile. I've never heard him laugh once since he came here."
Althalus shrugged. "Some people are like that." He glanced back over his shoulder and saw Gnom exaggeratedly mouth the word stables. Althalus nodded briefly and then followed Galbac out of the dining hall. The room to which Ghosty's cousin led them had no door nor any significant furniture. There was a pile of straw in one corner that was evidently intended to serve as a bed.
"It isn't much," Galbac apologized, "but Ghosty hates to spend money on furniture instead of food."
"It'll be just fine,"
Althalus assured him. "The boy and I can go to the stable and pick up our blankets, and then we'll settle in."
"I'll see you in the morning, then,"
Galbax said, and then he retraced his steps back toward the dining hall.
"It's working out pretty good, isn't it, Althalus?"
Gher noted as the two of them walked through the fort toward the stables.
"You got some plans about that real tall fellow, don't you?"
"I get a feeling that he's going to be useful later on," Althalus replied. "It seems that Gosti concentrates on eating and leaves details to his cousin. That could be important before this is over." They left the main building and passed through the various workmen's open-fronted sheds to the hay barn on the northeast corner of the enclosure. Then they entered the stables that were butted up against the north wall. Gehend and Knom were waiting there in the dim light. "You took your time getting here," Gehend growled.
"There's no real rush,"
Althalus replied. "There's already snow in the passes, so we aren't going anywhere until spring."
"I know that, Althalus," Gehend said, "but I was starting to wonder if you'd changed your mind."
"And leave all of Gosti's gold for you. Don't be silly. Have you located the strong room yet?" Gehend nodded.
"It's on the main floor, past the dining hall and up a very short flight of stairs. I haven't had a chance to look inside yet, but I'd guess that it's got a wooden floor, probably split logs. Nobody in his right mind stores gold in a room with a dirt floor."
"Truly," Althalus agreed, "particularly in a region where everybody's carrying mining tools. Is it guarded?"
"All the time, but that shouldn't be much of a problem. The guards who watch the door at night usually take a couple of flagons of mead to work with them. If we go in after midnight, they'll probably be dozing. We'll be able to kill them quietly."
Althalus nodded. "Could you see the lock?" he asked.
"It won't be a problem," Knom assured him. "I could undo that one in my sleep. We could do this tonight, you know."
"Too dangerous," Gher said quickly. "You fellows only got here a few days ago, and me and Althalus came today. They're probably watching us sort of careful because we are strangers, and that big mean Galbax almost certain sure told the guards that they'd get scun alive if they drank themselves to sleep. I think we ought to wait until they get used to us, and by then the snow will be belly deep on a tall horse."
"He's right," Althalus said. "I want lots of open running room out there after we steal that gold. Galbax's got long legs, and he can probably run like a deer for at least a day and a half before he gets winded. No robbery's complete until you've gotten away."
"You're very good at this, Althalus,"
Gehend observed. "I learned a long time ago that good planning makes for good robberies. We've got a long winter ahead of us, but we've got plenty of work to keep us busy. We need to go over every inch of this fort so that we can find our way in the dark. Our main problem is that we're inside a walled-in group of buildings. Getting inside was easy. Getting out with the gold might be a lot more difficult."
"I've had some luck with fire," Knom suggested. "The fort is made of wood, you know, and people whose houses are on fire are too busy to pay attention to anything but the fire."
"It's a possibility," Althalus conceded, "but let's see if we can find some other way. A fire would only give us a 2-hour head start at most, and that's cutting things a little fine. I can lie my way past the front gate if that's our only way out, but we don't want to kill the guards. Blood attracts almost as much attention as fire, and we don't want to destroy the strong-room lock either. If we do this right, they won't know they've been robbed for at least a day. If we've got a full day's head start, we're home free. If it's only 5 minutes, we're in trouble."
"And we should always tend like we don't know each other,"
Gher added.
"Don't get seen talking to each other and like that."
"We've got a whole winter to work out the details," Althalus said confidently. "I won't be able to help very much, because I'll have to spend the winter entertaining Gosti and the others in that hall with jokes and funny stories. That leaves most of the work up to you three. Now, we'd all better get back to the main building. We are being watched, and if we stay out of sight for too long, somebody's liable to come looking for us." Gen's eyes were burning as he peered at Althalus in the dim light.
"When this is all over, let's stay in touch," he said in his harsh voice. "I think we might want to talk about that business proposition I mentioned before."
"I'm always ready to listen, my friend,"
Althalus replied. "For now, though, let's get back to the main fort before somebody starts getting curious about where we are." Althalus and Gher picked up their blankets and crossed the open courtyard to the main fort.
"This must seem real strange to you, Althalus,"
Gher said, as they were spreading their blankets on the pile of hay in the corner of their room.
"I mean, you went through all this before, didn't you?"
"There are enough differences to make it interesting," Althalus replied. "When you get right down to it, we're pulling off a double swindle here. We're swindling Gosti in one direction and Gend in another. That should be enough to keep me on my toes." The weather closed in about a week after Althalus and Gher had reached Gosti's fort, and a series of savage snowstorms with howling winds and driving snow clawed at the buildings. It was warm and dry inside, however, and Althalus entertained Gosti and his men in the dining hall with jokes and stories. He also went out of his way to become better acquainted with the towering Galbac. The big man with agate hard eyes seemed to be habitually melancholy, and it wasn't hard to see why. Arams are intensely loyal to begin with, and Galbac's close kinship to Gosti greatly increased his attachment to his chief. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Gosti's health was deteriorating. The fat man wheezed a great deal whenever he spoke, and he needed help to rise from his chair.
"I give him maybe 2 more years, Althalus," Galbac said one snowy afternoon when the two of them had gone to the stable to check the horses. 3 at the very most. Gosti was never what you'd call skinny, but 10 years of steady eating have turned him into a mountain. It'd be easier to jump over him than it'd be to walk around him."
"He's no midget, that's certain," Althalus agreed.
"He wasn't always like this," Galbac said sadly. "When we were just boys, he'd run and play like any other boy, but after his older brother died, Gosti realized that he'd be the next clan chief, and he started to indulge himself. The more he ate, the more he wanted, and now he can't stop. He has to eat, constantly."
"It's very sad, Galbac, but what can you do?"
"Not very much. He doesn't really pay much attention to anything that's happening around him, so I've been sort of obliged to take over for him. I keep a running count of the gold that's piling up in his strong room. He doesn't even look at his gold anymore. I give him a number every week or so, and that always sends him off into another celebration."
Galbac shrugged.
"He's fat, but he's happy."
Althalus altered his plans slightly at that point. Quite obviously, Gosti was not much more than a figurehead. Galbac was the real clan chief here, and it would be Galbac who'd give the orders after the robbery. In some ways, that made things easier. Waking Gosti from a sound sleep might have proved to be well-nigh impossible, and trying to explain that there'd been a robbery would most likely take an hour or 2. Galbac's reaction should be almost instantaneous. The winter dragged on, and Althalus concentrated most of his attention on keeping Gosti entertained, leaving the other business to Gher, Gnom, and Gehend. Then, one night, when the fire in the pit just in front of Gosti's table had burned low, Althalus chanced to overhear an argument between a pair of white-haired old Arams.
"You're an Egypt, Eddings," one of the creaky old warriors was saying scornfully. "There hain't been no other door in the barn."
"There certainly is," Eddings retorted hotly. "Course you wouldn't know about it, Merg, 'cause you never done no honest work in your whole life. You've been planted on your backside right here for 40 years. I hauled hay through that back door every summer when I was a young feller."
"You can't remember that far back," Merg scoffed. "You can't even remember this morning."
"There's a back door in the barn."
"No, there ain't."
"Is too."
"Is not."
Gosti was snoring loudly, while Eddings and Merg continued to spit is-tos and is-nots at each other. There was a way to settle the argument, of course, but Althalus decided not to suggest it. The two old codgers were having fun, so why spoil it for them? He rose quietly to his feet instead and went to have a look for himself. There was hay piled against the back wall of the barn, and Althalus scrambled up onto the stack and felt around under the hay. After a few moments he found what he was looking for. Evidently Eddings had been right. Althalus could feel a round pole that passed through a fair-sized hole in a jutting plank. He fumbled around some more, and he finally found the other one. Then he took hold of the pole and pushed it first toward one side and then toward the other. It slid back and forth quite easily. "Well, well, well," Althalus murmured softly to himself. "Isn't that interesting?" Then he climbed down from the haystack, brushed himself off, and went looking for Gher. He found the boy in the kitchen, pilfering. "Let that go for now, Gher," he instructed. "Go find Gehend and tell him that I'd like to speak with him."
In the stables again?
"No, let's meet in the hay barn instead. There's something there that's going to make things a lot easier for us."
I'll see if I can find him,
Gher said promptly. "Do that," Althalus said, rather absently, taking up a piece of bread and dipping it into a pot of still warm gravy. It was no more than a quarter of an hour later when Gher led Gehend and Gnom into the hay barn.
"What's afoot, Althalus?" Gehend asked. "Has something gone awry?"
"No, actually, we just had a stroke of luck. I happened to overhear an argument between a couple of old men."
"What a peculiar way for you to pass the time," Gnom said. "What were they arguing about?"
"This barn, actually," Althalus replied.
"How can you argue about a barn?"
Gehend asked in a faintly derisive tone. They probably didn't have anything better to do. Anyway, they were busy remembering the good old days, the way old coots usually do, and somehow the question of barn doors came up. One of them said there was only one. The other insisted that there were two. I came out and had a look for myself, and it seems that the second coot was right. You see that haystack against the back wall? Gehend peered at the wall in the dim light.
"Barely," he said. "You should have brought a torch here."
"In a hay barn? That's a quick way to attract a lot of attention, Gehend, old boy. Anyway, I climbed up that stack and stuck my hand down through the hay. There's a bar that runs across that back wall, and nobody I've ever heard of bars a blank wall. If there's a bar, there's a door, and if we can get that door open, we won't have to carry our newfound fortune out through the front gate after we find our newfound fortune."
"That is a bit of luck," Gnom agreed. "That's one of the things I've been a little worried about."
"Judging from the condition of the logs in the walls here, this barn's probably several generations older than the log palisade around the fort. This is only a guess, but I think Gosti's people built the palisade after gold was discovered back in the mountains, and the price Gosti charged to cross his bridge went up just a bit. There was no need for a palisade before that, because there wasn't anything here to steal. Now there is. The hay in that stack is old. The newer hay, last summer's crop, is up in the loft. I'm just guessing, but I sort of think that haystack's been there for several years, probably since before they built the palisade. Since the barn wall was already there, they probably just included it in the palisade. There wouldn't have been much point to building a new wall where one was already in place, but Gher can go outside tomorrow to play in the snow or something and have a look. If there is a door, and if we can get it open, we can lead our horses out that way and be long gone before anybody knows that we aren't here anymore."
"That's another reason to wait until after the snow melts before we visit Gosti's strong room," Gnom said. "Tracks in the snow are a dead giveaway. I think our chances of success just doubled."
Play in the snow?
Gher objected.
"Make a snowman or something," Gnom suggested. "Little boys do that all the time, don't they?"
Only if they don't have nothing better to do,
Gher retorted.
I'd rather spend my time learning how to steal stuff. I don't think I even know how to make a snowman.
"Take Gnom with you, Gher," Althalus suggested. "He'll show you how it's done." "Thanks, Althalus," Gnom said in a flat, unfriendly tone.
"Don't mention it," Althalus replied, grinning. "I want you two to check that outside wall very carefully. We don't want to wait until after we've done what we came here to do before we find out whether or not we can open that door, now, do we?"
Gnom sighed. "I guess not," he said.
"Now then," Althalus pushed on, "after we've finished up and slipped out through that back door, I think we'd better split up. Gher and I'll go south, and we'll make sure that we leave a lot of tracks. The ground's soft in the springtime, so we shouldn't have much trouble churning up the trail that runs south on this side of the river. Gehend, you and Gnom go north, but stay off the trail. Ride north back in the brush a ways, so that there won't be any tracks on the trail. Gher and I'll gallop through any villages we come across and make all kinds of noise.
You two will get yourselves caught and hung,
Gnom warned. Not a chance, Althalus scoffed. I know of a rocky stretch on that trail, and there won't be any tracks there. That's where we'll turn and go on up into the mountains. Gosty's people won't even know we've left the main trail. They'll keep going south, and by the time they wake up, Gher and I'll be a long way away.
Why are you taking all the chances, Althalus?
Gehend asked suspiciously. Because I'm better at this than you are. I know that I can get away with it. You might not be able to pull it off. Just keep on going north up into Hule. Then ask anybody you meet how to find the camp of a man named Nabjor. Gher and I'll meet you two there. You mentioned a business proposition of some kind a while back, and I think I'd like to hear more about it, after we've finished up our business here.
One steal at a time, right?
Gnom suggested. Exactly. Let's get this one out of the way first. Then we can talk about the next one. Chapter 44. The winter plodded on until it was finally spring, and by then the thieves knew every corner of Big Belly's hall intimately. All that was left to do now was to wait for the snow to melt. Althalus began to make excuses for frequent trips out to the courtyard, since he'd arbitrarily selected a snowdrift in a nearby mountain pass as a signal. When that one disappears, so do we, he told his fellow thieves. It might have been sheer coincidence, although Althalus had become reluctant to use that word, but Galbac advised him that the clan customarily celebrated a certain event every spring.
Gosty was born in the early spring, Galbac said. We Arams don't really keep very close track of days and months, the way lowlanders do, so we celebrate Gosty's natal day when the last of the snow melts off those hills across the river. It might not be very precise, but it's close enough, I suppose.
It's the thought that counts, Althalus replied piously, pulling up the hood of his wolf-eared tunic.
Are you cold?
Galbac asked. I'm getting a little draft on the back of my neck, that's all. It was about a quarter of an hour later that the four thieves met in the stables.
Is something wrong? Gehend asked.
No, just the opposite, Althalus replied. I was talking with Galbac a while ago, and he tells me that it's customary here to celebrate Gosty's birthday. And as it so happens, the big party takes place when the snow melts off the surrounding hills. When an Aram says celebrate, he's talking about some fairly serious drinking, and the timing couldn't be much better for us. By sunset there won't be a sober Aram in the fort, and by midnight they'll all be snoring and so stupefied that the fort could fall down around their ears and they wouldn't even notice.
It's made to order for us, isn't it? Gnom said with a broad grin. Our celebration starts just after theirs comes to an end.
And they'll all be too sick the next morning to chase us,
Gher exulted.
It's a peculiar sort of birthday present, Gehend said with an evil grin, but it will make his birthday one that Gosty won't ever forget.
He's been good to us, Althalus observed. So we do sort of owe him something, don't we? The preparations should take them about a week, and that'll give us plenty of time for our preparations. The back door of the hay barn might not be quite as important now, but let's go ahead and use it anyway. There's not much point in riding through that village outside the walls if we don't have to. We'll want to leave tracks on the ground, not in some wide-awake villager's memory. Oh, there's something else, too. After a winter of lounging around in this stable, our horses are probably going to be a little frisky, so we'll want to ride that out of them before the big day rolls around. We'll be in a bit of a hurry, I expect, so we won't have the time to explain things to our horses.
You think of everything, don't you, Althalus?
Gehend said. I certainly try. It's the best way I know of to stay unhung.
How about decorations?
Gher suggested.
That one went right past me, boy, Gnom admitted.
If we was to pretend like we was going out to get tree branches and other stuff to decorate that big room where they do all their eating and drinking, it'd give us a good excuse to ride off into the woods to work the kinks out of our horses, wouldn't it? We'd be helping with the big party, and so we'd kind of fit right in. and nobody'd have no reason to guess we were thinking about anything but having a real good time.
Shrewd, Gher, Ken said. Very shrewd. It'd also give us a chance to look over our escape routes in broad daylight. I'd suggested to Galbac, Althalus said. We'd better get back before somebody misses us. Let's all keep our eyes and ears open. We're getting closer, so it's time to start paying attention to what's happening around us. We don't want any surprises on Gosti's birthday. Althalus and Gher waited in the stable while Gehend and Knom crossed the courtyard, and then they sauntered on into the hay barn. "Have you ever jumped out of a hayloft, Gher?" Althalus asked the boy.
Why would anybody want to jump out of a hayloft?
For fun. You want a pile of soft hay to land on, though, so you'd probably better move this pile that's in front of the back door and pile it up under the edge of the loft.
That's a lot of hay to move, Althalus,
Gher protested. You can take your time if you want. You don't really have to get it out from in front of that door until the day of the party. If somebody comes in and catches you at it, just tell him that you're moving the hay to give yourself something soft to break your fall.
That sounds like an awful lot of work, Althalus.
The pay's pretty good. I'll explain what you're doing to Galbac. Little boys get all fidgety by the end of winter, or something along those lines. If Galbac knows why you're doing it, he won't get excited about it.
Why am I always the one who gets stuck with these chores?
It's part of your education, Gher. Besides, the exercise might be good for you.
You're a mean person, Althalus.
It's part of my job, Gher. Somebody has to get that haystack out from in front of that door. If Gend and I do it, the Arams are going to get curious. If you do it and tell them why you're doing it, they won't even pay any attention to you. They'll think you're just playing. It was about noon the following day when Galbac went out into the courtyard, squinted at the hills rising steeply from the river gorge, and said,
"Close enough. Gosti's birthday's 5 days from today."
The clansmen all cheered. "Is everything going to be ready?" Knom asked that evening when the thieves met in the stable. "Pretty much so, yes," Althalus replied. "We still need to work the kinks out of our horses, but that's about all. We won't want to ride out in a group, though. Now that we're getting closer to the time, we don't want to be seen together even for a few minutes. How's your haystack coming, Gher?"
"I've still got quite a ways to go, Althalus,"
the boy replied.
"There's an awful lot of hay piled up in front of that door."
"I'll see if I can get you some help."
"How are you going to manage that?"
"Watch me," Althalus smirked at him. "Watch and learn." When they returned to the great hall, Althalus was chuckling and shaking his head.
"What's so funny, Althalus?"
Galbac asked curiously. "My young friend, have you ever noticed that when you ask a little boy to do almost any kind of work, he starts sulking and complaining?"
"I'd never really paid that much attention. Now that you mention it, though, I suppose the idea of work does sort of rub little boys the wrong way."
"When it comes to something that involves play, though, they'll try to move a mountain. I was telling Gher about something my brothers and I used to do when we were boys, and it seems to have set his imagination on fire. We had a rickety old hay barn on our farm, and my brothers and I used to spend whole winters jumping out of the loft into the soft hay down below. Falling is sort of fun, if there's something soft to come down on. Anyway, Gher decided that he'd really like to try it, and he's been spending just about every waking moment moving that big haystack out in the barn over in front of the loft."
"The devil you say!"
Galbac laughed. "You wouldn't believe how he makes the hay fly." "What did you do after you jumped out of the loft, Althalus?" one of the other clansmen asked curiously. "We'd climb back up the ladder and jump again," Althalus replied. "We could use up whole weeks that way. It's just about the closest thing to flying that anybody who doesn't happen to have wings is ever going to get." "Well, now," the clansman said speculatively. The next morning, Gher went out to the hay barn and discovered that he had all kinds of help moving the haystack out from in front of that long-forgotten door. Then the jumping started, and the hay barn quickly became the most popular place in the compound. Gher was just a bit sullen about that.
"I can't even get up into the hayloft," he muttered.
The arms are lined up on the ladder all day long, so I never get a chance to jump. Stop complaining, Althalus told him. They did your work for you, didn't they? Let's go run some of the kinks out of our horses. I need to talk with Emmy, anyway. They rode out of the fort to look for decorations, and as soon as they were back into the trees, Althalus looked up. I need to see you, Em, he said into the vacant air above him. Bring them home, Elia, he heard her say just over his head, and a moment later Elia was standing on the trail ahead. Althalus and Gher tethered their horses and followed the young Aram back into the tower room in the house. Was there something? Dwyer asked impishly. How long are you going to need Gehen's book, Em? Althalus asked her. If it's going to be more than a few moments, we might have to come up with a way for Gher to distract Gnom. You worry too much about that, love, she told him. You know that time's not the same here as it is out there, but you always seem to forget. So beat me. I just want to be sure that we won't have any loose ends dangling about, Em. Let me run this through for you, and you can tell me if I've left anything out. All right, Pet. We're going to rob Gosti about midnight on his birthday. By then, everybody in his fort should be dead to the world. I'll see to that, personally.
I've been meaning to ask you about that, Althalus, Behaid interrupted. I've come across a few men who can swill down strong ale for a straight week and still be able to stand up. What's going to happen if one of Gosti's men suffers from that same peculiarity?
I'm already working on that, Brother Behaid, Althalus smirked. You remember Nitral, don't you?
Of course, he's the Duke of Mawar, the fellow who used liquid fire on the besiegers of his city.
That's the one. That liquid fire was a mixture of boiling pitch, sulfur, naphtha, and some fluid brewers can boil out of ordinary beer. That's the fluid that gives beer or wine or mead its punch and makes men wobbly in the knees and fuzzy in the head. I'm going to see to it that the mead the partygoers are drinking at Gosti's birthday party is strong enough to stand up by itself without any help from a cup. If that's what they drink that evening, I'll flat guarantee that nobody will be awake by midnight. Typically devious, Lather observed. I won't force anybody to drink it, Lather, he said with a feigned look of wide-eyed innocence. If they want to drink it, that's up to them, isn't it? Pushing on, then. I'm going to suggest again that he and I should take care of the actual robbery, while Gher and Gnom saddle up the horses and get the back door of the hay barn open. I'll make sure that the robbery takes long enough for Gher to deceive Gnom, pass Gehen's book to Elia, and then stick it back in Gehen's saddlebag after Emmy's finished with it. Then Gehen and I can carry the gold to the stable. We'll tie it to our saddles, and we'll all ride out through the back door. Once we are clear of the fort, we'll split up. Gehen and Gnom will ride north toward Hul, and Gher and I'll, 10 like, we're riding south toward Treboria. As soon as Gehen and Gnom are out of sight, though, Gher and I'll pass our share of the gold to Elia so that he can bring it back here, and then we'll slip back into the fort and go to bed. He paused. Can anybody see any holes so far? He looked around, but no one replied. All right, then, he continued. When morning rolls around, I'll make some show of feeling delicate, and just happen to notice that Gehen and Gnom don't seem to be around anymore. Then I'll sort of remember that I saw Gehen sneaking across the courtyard about midnight, carrying something that seemed very heavy. Will that be enough? Undine asked. If you're going to poison everybody, they'll be even more delicate than you'll be. It's not exactly poison, Undine, he objected. Oh, really? The tiny girl said. My point was that if you're too subtle, they won't realize what you're telling them. Then I'll have to be more obvious. I'll get my point across, Undine, believe me. By the time the sun's well up, Gosti'll be hot on Gen's trail. There's a hole, Daddy, Lather said triumphantly. Didn't you tell Gehen to stay off that north trail? Of course I did. I don't want him to see the tracks I'm going to lay down on that trail for Gosti's men to find, or the tracks I'm going to leave running from the back door of the hay barn to the north trail. I'll fix it so that even a blind man could follow Gehen. I think that takes care of my part. The rest is up to Gher. And what are your plans, Gher? Lather asked the boy. I'm not too sure yet, Gher admitted.
I'll come up with something, though.
Then the tousle-haired boy gave Leigh a sly, sidelong glance.
Trust me,
he added in a fair imitation of Althalus' favourite pronouncement.
Oh, dear,
Leigh sighed. Not you, too.
It's part of my education,
Gher smirked. The day before Gosti's birthday was clear and bright, but Galbac's face seemed mournful. "What's the trouble, my friend?" Althalus asked him.
"I was planning a surprise for Gosti," the tall Aram said, "but I'm afraid it won't work out."
"What sort of surprise?"
"I thought it might be sort of fun if we woke him up on the morning of his birthday, carried him out to the hay barn, and threw him out of the loft."
"It might have been fun for you, Galbac, but I don't think Gosti'd have enjoyed it all that much. What made you change your mind?"
"The floor of the hay loft isn't strong enough to support his weight. Jumping into that haystack is great fun, but crashing through the floor of the loft and coming down in the manure pile wouldn't entertain Gosti very much."
"You're probably right," Althalus agreed. "It would have been fun to see the expression on his face, though." As Althalus and Gher were returning to the bare room where they slept, Eliar spoke silently to Althalus.
"I just finished adding your concoction to the mead,"
the young Aram advised. "Not all the mead, I hope," Althalus replied.
"No,"
Eliar said.
"The only crocks I doctored were the 10 at the very back of that storeroom. The crocks at the front are only holding ordinary mead. They'll drink those all down by evening. They won't get into your special mead until after supper tomorrow evening."
"Perfect," Althalus gloated, rubbing his hands together. "I don't want them to get completely frazzled until evening. A man who drinks himself to sleep by noon could wake up before midnight. Did you taste any of the special mead?"
"Emmy wouldn't let me,"
Eliar replied, a bit disconsolately. "I guess I'd better stop by the kitchen and find out if it's as strong as it's supposed to be." He hesitated slightly. "You don't necessarily have to tell Emmy about that, though," he added.
"She's standing right beside me, Althalus."
"Oh?" Althalus said. "Hello there, Em. How's your day gone so far?"
"Mine hasn't been too bad," her voice replied. "Yours might start going to pot if you get carried away with your sampling, though."
"Is that a threat, Em?"
"No, Althalus, it's a promise."
Althalus turned and went back to the kitchen with Gher close behind him. When they got there, Althalus dipped one drinking horn into one of the crocks near the front of the storage room and another from one at the back. The first horn of mead tasted fine. The second left him gasping and filled his eyes with tears.
"Did Eliar get it right?"
Gher whispered. "Oh, yes," Althalus wheezed, trying to catch his breath.
"Won't Gosti's men notice the difference?"
"I doubt it. They'll already be half-drunk by the time they get to those last 10 crocks. They'll be too fuzzy-headed to know what they're drinking." Althalus squinted toward the kitchen door. "When we start getting on toward the end of the day, you might want to take a few horns of mead to the guards standing in front of the door to the strong room," he suggested. "Start out with the ordinary stuff and switch to the strong stuff later on. Gehen's a little too quick with his knife sometimes, so I don't want those guards awake when the time for the robbery rolls around. I doubt that anybody in Gosti's hall is going to be sober enough to check on those guards, but let's stay on the safe side. If the guards have had their throats cut, even the drunkest Aram's likely to raise the alarm."
"Are there always so many details in a robbery?"
Gher asked.
"Here lately it seems like you've even been counting the leaves on that tree just outside the gate."
"Well, I haven't gone quite that far," Althalus said, "but when you're planning a robbery, you should always try to cover every possibility. The thief who thinks ahead stays ahead."
"I'll remember that."
"Good. Let's go mingle with the clansmen. Gosti should be waking up soon. He hasn't had anything to eat for 6 hours, and that's usually about as long as he can go."
"That's why he sleeps in his chair at the table, isn't it?"
"It's one of the reasons, yes. The more important one is probably that he can't walk anymore. He doesn't get much exercise, and he weighs as much as a horse. I don't think his legs would hold him anymore." The birthday celebration was fairly formal at the outset. Galback made a rather stuffy speech to start things moving, and he concluded by proposing a toast to their huge chief. The word toast was received with much enthusiasm. Gosty beamed briefly, and then he fell ravenously upon his breakfast. Althalus bided his time until the fat man had taken the edge off his hunger with about half a ham, and then he leaned back in his chair and began. "Ho, Gosty, did I ever tell you the story about the crazy man I met once up in northern Gher?"
"I don't think you ever did, Althalus,"
Gosty replied, munching thoughtfully.
"How were you able to tell that he was crazy, though? I've never met a Gher who wasn't sort of strange."
"This particular Gher was stranger than most, Gosty," Althalus told him. "He wandered around there near the edge of the world, and he spent most of his time talking to God. I've heard that a lot of people do that, but this fellow believed that God talked back to him."
"That's crazy, all right," Galback agreed.
"Tell us the story, Althalus," another clansman urged. "Well," Althalus began, "it was quite some time ago, and I'd gone up out of Hule into Gher on a business trip, you see, and one morning up there near the edge of the world, I woke up when I heard somebody talking." He went on to describe the bent old crazy man at some length, and then jumped off into a pure fantasy that was related to the truth only by implication. The party grew increasingly rowdy through the morning and early afternoon, and then the fights began. Good humour returned at supper-time, when the first of the doctored crocks of mead were broached. The singing began about an hour later, and the snoring not long after that. "Go take some more of the strong mead to the guards in front of the strong-room, Gher," Althalus instructed quietly. "Then go to the stables and saddle the horses." "Right," Gher agreed. "Do you know what you're going to do? You've got to distract Gnome for long enough to slip Gehen's book to Emmy."
"I'll take care of it, Althalus,"
Gher assured him. Gnome slipped out of Gosty's great hall shortly after Gher had left, and after a few moments Althalus gestured curtly at Gent. The fire-eyed man rose, put on his bronze helmet, and quietly left the room. Althalus slowly counted to 100, and then he also rose, looked around at the sodden arams, and went to the door. "Why the delay?" Gent whispered. "Just making sure that nobody was still awake," Althalus replied. "Let's get to work." They went down the corridor to the 3 steps leading up to the strong-room door. The guards were sprawled on the floor just in front of the steps, and they were both snoring. "Should we kill them?" Gent asked. "Absolutely not," Althalus said firmly. "Dead men attract attention, and that's the last thing we want. After we steal the gold, I'll lock the strong-room door again and leave it just the way we found it. With any luck at all, it'll be 2 or 3 days before anybody even looks inside, and that'll give us a long head start." "Clever," Gher said admiringly. "I'm glad you liked it." Althalus went up the 3 steps to the strong-room door and examined the crude lock. "Is it going to give you any trouble?" Gher asked nervously. Althalus snorted.
"Gher could open this lock,"
he said derisively. He reached down and drew a long bronze needle out of his boot, probed at the lock for a moment, and was rewarded with a loud click. "They're in," he said tersely, opening the heavy door slightly. "Get inside. I'll pull the door mostly shut behind us." Gher nodded and slipped through the partially open doorway. Althalus reached up, took the burning torch from the bronze ring beside the door, and followed Gher into the room, carefully pulling the door closed behind him. Then he held the torch aloft, and the 2 of them looked around the strong-room for the first time. There were animal-skin bags piled along the wall, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. "This might take us a while," Gher noted. "I doubt it," Althalus disagreed. "Not even a man as messy as Gosty is would pile gold and copper together in the same sack." He set the butt of the torch into a bronze ring jutting from the wall behind the crudely built table, went to the pile of bags, picked one up, and shook it. "Copper," he said. "How can you tell?" "The sound. Copper pennies make a different sound. Gold's more musical." Althalus rummaged through the bags. "Here we go," he said triumphantly. "This one feels as if it's full of sand, and it's much heavier than those others." "Sand?" "Those miners up in the mountains don't have the equipment to melt their gold down to make bars, so they have to pay their toll in gold flakes when they cross Gosty's bridge. The ones who are going the other way are the ones who pay in coins. Althalus untied the top of the bag, poked his hand inside, and took out a handful of bright yellow flakes. Then he let the flakes slip back into the bag in a glittering golden shower. "Pretty, isn't it?" Gher seemed almost paralyzed, and his eyes were blazing. "Help me sort these out," Althalus told him. "We don't want to carry off a bag of copper pennies by mistake."
"Right,"
Gher agreed. It took them about a quarter of an hour to sort through the bags, and they piled the ones containing gold on the crude table in the center of the room. "I think that's all of it," Althalus said finally. Then he thoughtfully hefted one of the bags of golden sand. "About 50 pounds, he mused.
"So what?"
Gher demanded.
"We've got 4 horses, partner, and if Gosti's men happen to wake up early and start chasing us, we'll want our horses to be able to run like frightened deer. I don't think we'll want to put more than 2 bags on each horse, maybe 4 on Gher's horse, but that might start some arguments later. Let's just take 8 bags and let it go at that."
"But there are almost 20 bags here," Gher protested. "Take as many as you want, Gher, but if the extra weight slows your horse down and Gosti's men catch up to you, you'll never get a chance to spend any of your gold."
"There are lots of other horses in the stables."
"And missing horses attract almost as much attention as dead guards do. We've got a very good chance at having a 3-day lead. If we start killing Gosti's people and stealing his horses, we can kiss that lead goodbye. I'd rather travel light and stay alive, but what you do is up to you." Gher sighed.
"I guess you're right," he agreed mournfully.
"The gold coins are in separate bags," Althalus told his lank-haired accomplice. "Let's take those bags rather than the ones filled with sand. Coins are ready to spend, but we'd have to melt down the sand, and I've never been very good at that." Althalus went to the door and looked out into the corridor. "It's still clear," he announced. "Let's get started. We'll haul the ones we're stealing down to the end of the hall and stack them in the kitchen. As soon as we got our gold out of here, I'll close the door and lock it again. Then we'll take our loot through the sheds to the hay barn. I don't think anybody in the fort's awake, but let's stay in the shadows just to be on the safe side."
"Right,"
Gher agreed.
"Let's get cracking."
They each took up 2 of the heavy bags, quickly carried them down the corridor to the kitchen, and returned for 2 more. When they came out of the room, Althalus set his bags down on the top step. "Go on ahead," he instructed. "I'll catch up in a minute."
"What are you going to do?"
"I want to make that room look exactly the way it looked before we went in. If Galback happens to glance in, I don't want anything to be out of place. If we're lucky, he might not even notice that Gosti's been robbed for a week or so."
"Very shrewd, Althalus," Gher said admiringly. "Don't be too long, though."
He turned and carried his bags of gold toward the kitchen, as Althalus went on back into the strong room, closing the door behind him. Then he quickly untied several bags of pennies and dumped them on the floor. He seasoned that pile with the contents of one of the bags of flakes, and then tipped over the table. "That should do it," he muttered. Then he went back out, put the torch back into the bronze ring, and carefully relocked the door.
"That didn't take long,"
Gher observed when Althalus joined him in the kitchen. "I can move very fast when I have to," Althalus replied. "If Galback opens that door tomorrow, he'll see exactly what I want him to see. Let's haul our loot to the hay barn. We want to be a long way from here by sunrise."
"You won't get any arguments from me on that score,"
Gher agreed. They each took up 2 of the heavy bags again and went out through the kitchen door. Then they moved carefully through the dense shadows in the open-fronted workshops along the east wall of the fort.
"What took you so long?"
Gher demanded, his hoarse whisper sounding shrill.
"I've been going crazy in here."
"Calm down, Gher," Althalus said. "What's got you all tied up in knots?"
"We've got trouble, Althalus."
"Keep your voice down," Gher hissed. "What's wrong?"
"That's what's wrong,"
Gher said in a strained voice. He pointed at a motionless figure lying near the stable door.
"That's Gnome, in case you don't recognize him. We had the horses all saddled and ready, and we was waiting for you when this drunk Aram came stumbling in, mumbling something about jumping out of the hayloft. Gnome was trying to come up with some story to explain why he was here, but the Aram was too drunk to listen. He seemed to think we wanted to jump before he did. So he banged Gnom on the head with that wooden bucket over there, and Gnom went down like somebody just cut the ground out from under him. Then the drunk Aram climbed up the ladder and jumped out of the hayloft. He didn't come down where he was supposed to, though, and he landed all wrong. I think he broke his neck because he's not breathing anymore. I couldn't think of nothing else to do, so I just covered him up with hay. Gnom's still breathing, but I can't wake him up. What are we going to do?
Get that back door open, Althalus told him. Gehend and I'll go get the rest of our gold. We'll decide what to do about Gnom when we get back. Gehend was muttering curses as he and Althalus retraced their steps to the kitchen.
What a stupid thing to have happened,
he flared hoarsely. Maybe we can wake Gnom if we throw water on him, Althalus said. If that doesn't bring him around, we might have to tie him to his saddle, and you'll have to lead his horse. We don't dare leave him behind. Galbak could probably squeeze the truth out of him in about half a minute. Let's get the rest of our gold first. Then we'll decide what to do about Gnom. They picked up the other 4 bags of gold and returned to the hay barn.
Is he moving at all yet?
Gehend demanded of Gher.
Not even a twitch,
Gher replied.
I dumped cold water in his face, but he didn't come around. That Aram banged him real good with that bucket.
Gehend knelt beside his friend and began pinching his nose and slapping him across the cheeks. What really happened here, Gher? Althalus whispered.
It was me who hit Gnom with that bucket, Althalus,
Gher admitted.
Gnom's real sneaky, and I got to thinking that he'd probably expect me to be sneaky, too. Like maybe tiptoe up behind him and stab him in the back, or something like that. I sort of figured that the best way to be sneaky was to not be sneaky. So I just walked up to him carrying that bucket like I didn't even remember that it was still in my hand. He was looking right straight at me when I came up to him, and he was even smiling. I didn't even blink or nothing. I just swung that bucket at his head as hard as I could. He looked awful surprised when he fell down. Then I hit him on the head some more until Emmy told me to stop. She must have thought it was funny because she was laughing. Then she told me that she'd fix it so that Gnom won't remember that I hit him.
Gher looked just a bit ashamed.
It wasn't a very fancy cheat, Althalus,
he apologized.
I didn't sneak or tiptoe or nothing like that, the way I guess I was supposed to. I just walked right straight up to Gnom and whacked him on the head with that bucket, is all.
Althalus was trying very hard to keep from laughing out loud. You done good, Gher, he said, fighting back his laughter. You done real good.
Elia took Gehen's book to Emmy, and then he came right back with it in the blink of an eye,
Gher reported.
I guess she done what she needed to do, and the book's right back where it was before I hit Gnom with the bucket.
We did what we were supposed to do then, and that's all that really matters. Let's get our gold tied to our saddles and get ready to leave. Chapter 45. Gehend was fuming as they tied the bags of gold to their saddles, muttering swear words in a dialect Althalus couldn't quite recognize. It could have been worse, Gehend, Althalus told him. It might be a little awkward leading Gnom's horse, but if he's tied to his saddle, he won't fall off. Gher and I'll see to it that nobody's following you, so you won't have to gallop.
Maybe, Gehend growled. Everything was going so well, though, and then this turned up.
Althalus shrugged. These things happen sometimes. You can't anticipate everything. It could have been worse. The Aram could have killed Gnom and then raised the alarm.
I suppose you're right.
Gehend went to the open back door of the hay barn and squinted up at the star-studded night sky.
How long do you make it until morning?
4 hours, anyway. We've still got lots of time.
Are you sure you'll be coming to Huel later?
Gehend asked.
There's still that other matter I'd like to discuss with you.
We'll get there, Althalus promised. You and Gnom go on ahead, and we'll all get together again in Nabjor's camp. We work very well together, Gehend, and the notion of a partnership's starting to look better and better.
How long do you think it'll be until you and Gher reach that camp?
A lot of that depends on how soon Gosti's people recover from the birthday party. If I've got a 2-day head start, Gher and I'll only be a day or so behind you and Gnom.
If they're hot on our trail, it might take us a couple of weeks. Nabjaw's got lots of entertainments available in his camp, so the time should pass quickly. They lifted Gnom's inert body up into his saddle and tied him securely in place. "Take Gnome and go on ahead," Althalus told Gher. "Gher and I'll tidy up here in the barn, and then we'll meet you over at the edge of the woods." "Tidy up?" Gher asked curiously. "We'll make everything here look exactly as it did before the party. If anything's out of place, somebody might start getting curious." "What are you going to do with that dead Aram?" "We'll just pile some more hay on top of him. The weather's still cool enough to keep him from spoiling for the next few days. After Galback discovers our little visit to the strong room, it won't really make much difference anyway." "Have you got any cord, Gher?" "Cord? I'll have to come up with a way to slip that bar back into place from the outside. We don't want to ride off and leave that door open and swinging in the wind." "You're probably right." Gher rummaged around in his saddlebags, taking out his book in the process. Althalus held his breath. "Would this work?" Gher asked, holding out a long leather thong. "It should, thanks." "Don't mention it." Gher put the book back in the bag, and then tied the bag shut. "Don't be too long here, Althalus," he said, swinging up into his saddle. "I'd like to be a long way from here by morning." Then he rode out through the door, leading Gnom's horse behind him.
"Why were you so jumpy just now?"
Gher asked. "I wasn't completely sure that he couldn't feel some slight difference in his book," Althalus admitted. "Emmy's touch might have changed it."
"You're not really going to lock that door, are you?"
"Of course not. I just wanted to come up with the idea before Gher did." He made some show of fumbling around with the bar on the door. Starlight isn't too bright, but Gher has very strange eyes, and Althalus wasn't exactly sure just how well his enemy could see in the dark. Then he and Gher mounted their horses, crossed the brushy area between the wall of Gosti's fort and the nearby forest, and joined Gher and the still comatose Gnome. "That's about everything," he said. "I think you'd better hold your horse down to a walk, Gher. If Gnome's horse starts to gallop, our sleeping friend might slide around until he trips the poor beast, and you'll have to stop and straighten him up again. You'll make better time after Gnome wakes up. Stay off that main trail and move quietly when you're near any villages. Gher and I'll leave plenty of tracks and make enough noise to convince Galback that we all rode south. You shouldn't have any trouble, but be careful anyway." "Right," Gher agreed. "We'll see you in Nabjaw's camp, then." "Have a nice trip," Althalus told him. Then he turned his horse. "Let's go, Gher."
"Yes, sir,"
Gher replied. After Gher and his unconscious companion were out of sight, though, Althalus reined in his horse.
"Are you there, Elia?"
he called back over his shoulder.
"Where did you think I'd be?"
Eliar's voice came from just behind them.
"I thought that maybe Andine or Behaid had commandeered you. I'll pass our gold up to you. Put it in a safe place." "I'll take good care of it,"
Eliar promised.
"Althalus,"
Dwayer's voice murmured. "Yes, Em?"
"You could return the gold to the strong room, you know."
"Don't be silly," he chided her.
"You don't really need it, love. You do have your own gold mine, you know."
"I worked hard for this gold, and I'm not about to give it back."
"Somehow I knew you were going to say that."
Althalus hefted the bags up over his head one by one, and Eliar's arms came out of nowhere to take them. Then Althalus and Gher returned to the unlocked back door of the hay barn, opened it, and went inside. "Let's get our horses back into the stable and unsaddled," Althalus said quietly as he barred the door. "Then we'll go to Gosti's hall and wake Galback. I don't want Gher to get too far ahead of him."
"Did you put down lots of horse tracks on that trail so that Galback and his men won't have much trouble?"
Gher asked. "I took care of it," Althalus replied. "There are 2 sets of tracks going north from the back door of the barn to the edge of Gosti's territory. They are so obvious that a child could follow them. But Galback and his men won't be feeling very well, so I made it easy for them."
"Are you certain sure you'll be able to wake up Galback?"
Gher asked as he unsaddled his horse.
"He was awful drunk when we left that big room where the party was."
Elia's already taken care of that, Althalus assured him, lifting off his own saddle. It was something along the lines of what he did to Chief Twengor. Galbac took a quick trip to the day after tomorrow, and when Elia brought him back, the worst of the effects of the party had worn off. He still won't be feeling very well, but he'll understand what I'm trying to tell him. Althalus patted his horse's rump, and the animal obediently went back into his stall. Althalus looked around to make sure that nothing was out of place. "I guess that's got it," he said. "Let's go turn the tables on Gher, shall we?"
"I thought we'd never get to that,"
Gher said eagerly. "Once we're in the hall, I want you to slip inside and lie down somewhere close to Galbac."
"'Ten like I'm asleep, you mean?"
"Exactly. I'm going to spin a little story for Galbac that won't involve you. Just lie still and keep your eyes closed until Galbac starts screaming, which he will do after I tell him the story." Gosti was snoring in his massive chair at the head of his table, and his clansmen were mostly sprawled on the floor. Althalus noticed that the general snoring was now punctuated with a few groans. "They seem to be coming round," Althalus told the boy. "Get to your place and try to look like you're asleep." "Right," Gher said, moving quickly to a place not far from where Galbac lay stirring restlessly. Althalus shambled toward the table, holding his head and contorting his face into an expression of suffering. He knelt beside Gosti's cousin, reached out, and shook him slightly. "Galbac," he said in a wheezy sort of voice, "I think you'd better wake up." Galbac snored. Althalus shook him harder. "Galbac," he said a little louder, "wake up! I think something's wrong." Galbac groaned. "Oh, gods," he swore, putting one trembling hand to his forehead. "Galbac," Althalus said, urgently shaking him again. "Wake up!"
"Althalus,"
Galbac said, his bleary eyes coming open.
"what's wrong?"
"I think we got into a bad batch of mead," Althalus told him. "I've been as sick as a dog for the last half hour. I just saw something out in the courtyard I think you ought to know about."
"My head's coming apart," Galbac groaned. "Let me go back to sleep. You can tell me about it in the morning."
"That might be too late," Althalus said in a worried voice. "Something's afoot here that isn't right, and I think you'd better look into it right now. I could be wrong, but I believe you've just been robbed."
"What?"
Galbac came to a half-sitting position and grabbed the sides of his head with both hands.
"God's blood," he groaned. "What are you talking about, Althalus?"
"I woke up with my belly on fire a little while ago," Althalus told him. "I crawled out to the courtyard and turned my stomach inside out. I've been sick a few times before, but never like this. Anyway, right after I'd heaved up my toenails, I saw somebody sneaking across the yard. There were two of them, and they seemed to be carrying some bags that looked very heavy. They went past one of the torches out there, and I saw that it was Gher and his servant Knom. From the way they kept looking around, it was fairly obvious that they didn't want anybody to see them. Then Knom dropped one of the bags he was carrying, and it made a jingling sort of sound. I can't swear to this, Galbac, but it sounded to me like a bag full of money." Galbac jerked his hands away from his face and stared incredulously at Althalus. "Anyway," Althalus hurried on, "they went into the stable, and after a couple of minutes I heard a creaking sort of sound, like a door being opened. The sound seemed to be coming from the back of the hay barn. Then I heard a couple of horses galloping away. I think maybe you'd better go take a quick look at Gosti's strong room. My head wasn't any too clear, so I might have been imagining all that, but you should probably go have a look at the strong room just to make sure." Galbac scrambled to his feet. Then he doubled over, retching violently.
"Come with me,"
he barked at Althalus when he'd recovered. They rushed to the corridor and onto the steps in front of the strong-room door. The guards were still snoring peacefully, and Galbac stepped over them and tried the door. Then he laughed wearily.
"You scared me out of a year's growth there, Althalus," he said. "The door's still locked. Oh, so everything's still all right. You must have been having a nightmare of some kind."
"I think you'd better take a look inside, Galbac," Althalus suggested. "I've had a lot of nightmares before, but if that was a nightmare, it's the first one I've ever had that involved throwing up. I'd feel a lot better if you took a look to make sure everything's still all right." Maybe you're right, Galback conceded, and it won't cost anything to look. He took a large bronze key from the pouch at his waist, unlocked the strong-room door, and took the torch from the ring beside the door. Then he pulled the door open, raised the torch, and stepped inside. Althalus concealed a sly smile. The pile of pennies on the floor and the overturned table should get Galback's immediate attention. Galback was cursing when he came running out of the strong-room. "You were right, Althalus," he half-shouted. "Come with me." Althalus nodded and followed the tall Urim back to the great hall. "On your feet!" Galback roared, savagely kicking the clansmen awake. "We've been robbed!" "What are you saying, Galback?" Gosty demanded in a voice blurred with sleep. "Your strong-room's been opened, Gosty," Galback shouted to his cousin. "Somebody undid the lock and got inside. There are coins all over the floor, and several bags of gold are missing." "You're drunk, Galback," Gosty scoffed. "The main gate's locked. Nobody could get into the fort to rob me." "It was already inside the fort, you dunce," Galback snapped. "It was Gend and that man of his who robbed you. Althalus here saw them sneaking out with bags of your gold." He went back to kicking clansmen to their feet. "Get to the stables and saddle the horses. The robbers can't be far ahead of us. Move!" "Will somebody tell me what's going on?" Gosty demanded. "Tell them what you told me, Althalus," Galback said. "I woke up sick, Gosty," Althalus reported. "I stumbled on out into the courtyard, and I was busy throwing away a lot of very good mead when I saw that fellow Gend, the one who says he comes from Redwas. He and his friend were tiptoeing across your courtyard like a pair of chicken thieves sneaking out of a coop. People don't sneak that way unless they've got something to hide. So I watched them. Just before they got to the stable, Gnom dropped something he'd been carrying, and it made a sort of jingling sound when it hit the ground. They went on into the stable, and a minute or so later I heard some horses galloping off to the north." "Did you see them go out through the main gate?" Gosty demanded. No, actually I didn't, but I did hear the horses galloping away." "That must have been somebody else, then," Gosty said. "The main gate's the only way out to the fort." "You're wrong, Gosty," the grey-haired old clansman Althalus recognized disagreed. "There's a back door in the hay barn. Nobody's used it for years, but it's still there. It might have been boarded up, but that Gehen fellow has been here long enough to have pried the boards loose." "Galback!" Gosty shouted. "Go look into the strong-room." "I told you, Gosty," Galback shouted back. "I already did. You've been robbed, cousin." "Chase the scoundrels down," Gosty roared. "Get my gold back." "That's what I'm trying to do, you fat dolt."
"Neat," Gher murmured to Althalus. "I'm glad you liked it. What do we do now?" "You stay here. If anybody asks, tell them that I've gone back outside to be sick again. We don't want to join the chase. I don't want Gehen to see us among his pursuers." Galback roused the rest of the clansmen with kicks and curses, and about a quarter of an hour later they were mounted and milling around in the courtyard. Galback's scouts had found the tracks Althalus had carefully put down from the back of the hay barn to the trail that followed the river gorge. The main gate swung open, and Galback led his men out in pursuit of the thieves. Although everything had gone exactly according to his plan, Althalus felt a peculiar sort of discontent as he re-entered Gosty's great hall. He genuinely liked Galback, and he wasn't particularly proud of the way he deceived Gosty's tall cousin. It had been a necessary part of the scheme, of course, and the ultimate goal of the scheme was commendable. But still, "Galback's got a good chance of catching the thieves, Gosty," he reported. "Gehen and Gnom haven't got much more than an hour's head start, and they're not as familiar with the surrounding territory as Galback is." He gave the grossly fat clan chief a wry sort of smile. "It's a peculiar sort of thing to say, but Gehen's greed is actually working for us."
"I didn't follow that, Althalus," Gosty admitted.
"Gold's very heavy, Gosty," Althalus explained, "and from what Galback was saying, there are about 8 bags of it missing from your strong-room."
Gosty groaned. 8 bags, he grieved. It'd be better if Gern's greed had gone even further, but 8 should be enough. Gern and Gnom only have 2 horses, and the dead weight of those bags is going to slow those horses down. Galback and his men are traveling light, so they'll be able to move faster. I guess that they'll catch up with those thieves by mid-afternoon.
That makes very good sense, Althalus,
Gosti said, his sweaty face breaking into a broad grin of relief. Evidently your gold's very fond of you, Gosti. Notice how it cooperates with you and Galback in the capture of those thieves.
It does, doesn't it? I hadn't thought of that.
You were meant to have that gold, Gosti, and now it's going out of its way to come back to you.
I like your way of thinking, Althalus.
It never hurts to look on the bright side. Althalus and Gher remained in Gosti's hall for several days after their robbery. Their fat host grew more and more unhappy as the messengers from Galback failed to bring good news. I think it's just about time for us to move on, Althalus told Gher on the morning of the 3rd day. We'll cross Gosti's bridge and meet Elia over on the other side of the river. Then we can go back to the house.
I thought we'd be going to Huel to wait for Gehend.
I want to talk with Emmy about that. We've tampered with reality quite a bit here lately, and I think we might want things to go back to the way they were last time, before we wandered off too much more. As far as I can tell, we've only opened up one new possibility. If we keep fooling around with it, a dozen or so more might crop up. I can handle 2, but 12 or 14 might stretch me a little thin.
It'd be a lot funner, though,
Gher said, his eyes brightening. Never mind, Althalus told him. They gathered up their belongings and went to Gosti's great hall. We'd really like to stay, Gosti, Althalus apologized, but I'm supposed to meet a fellow in Magu this spring, and he'll be very put out with me if I leave him cooling his heels down there until summer. We've got some business to attend to, and he's a grouchy sort of man who hates delays.
I understand, Althalus,
Gosti replied. We'd like to cross your bridge, but I'm a little short of money right now. Do you suppose... Althalus left it hanging.
I'll send word to the men at the bridge, Gosti replied. I think I owe you that much. Your stories brightened a long, dreary winter, and you did report the robbery. If you hadn't seen Gern sneaking out of the fort, it might have been a week before we'd have known that he'd robbed us.
I was hoping you'd see it that way. We'll stop by the next time we come through Aram. Then you can tell me the story of how Galback caught Gehend and nailed him to a tree so that the wolves could eat him.
I don't think Galback would do that, Althalus.
You might suggest it to him the next time you send a messenger in his direction. Gosti's answering grin was evil.
It would make a pretty good story, wouldn't it? He said.
It would indeed. And if it got around, it'd probably be a long, long time before the notion of robbing you even occurred to anybody else. Then Althalus and Gher went to the stable, saddled their horses, and rode out of Gosti's fort. The toll-taker at the bridge waved them through, and they crossed the river in the bright spring sunshine.
It went off pretty good, didn't it, Althalus?
Gher said proudly. Close to perfect, Gher, Althalus agreed. I just wish we hadn't been forced to bamboozle Galback in the process.
Why should that bother you?
Althalus shrugged. I like him, and cheating him the way I did left a sour taste in my mouth.
Elia's just up ahead,
Gher said, pointing.
If we sort of hurry right along, maybe Emmy can fix us something to eat. I sure missed her cooking last winter.
So did I, Gher. Elia beckoned to them, and they followed him back into the woods.
Emmy's very impressed, Althalus, the young man said. I didn't think she really approved of what you were doing, but she was laughing all the time while you two were leading Gehend around by the nose.
She has an artistic temperament, Elia, Althalus explained, and the swindle Gher and I just put over on Gehend was a work of art. Give me just a little more time, and I'll make her one of the best thieves in the world. They led their horses through the door that opened in the south wing of the house, and they were soon climbing the stairs to Dwea's tower.
"All hail the conquering hero,"
Leigh said. Why do you have to do that? He asked her.
It's a form of affection, Daddy.
She gave him a radiant smile. "Could I have a look at the imitation book you made, Em?" he asked. "It's over there on that marble bench, Pet," she replied, pointing. Althalus went to the bench and picked up the black book. "The cover matches the real book perfectly," he observed. "Naturally." He opened the lid of the box and took out the first sheet of parchment. He looked at the sheet closely. "It seems different for some reason," he noted. "That's probably because you can read it now," Gher suggested. "Maybe that's it. Back when Gher showed me the real book, none of it made any sense to me. I see that some of the words are still written in red." He frowned. "I thought I could just read about anything anybody'd written down, but I can't seem to get the meaning of those red words on this sheet." "You don't really want to. Put it back in the box."
"Could we see how Gher's doing, Emmy?"
Gher asked hopefully.
"I bet he's awfully miserable by now." "Moderately miserable, yes,"
Undine said, with a wicked little giggle.
"Weren't you just a bit direct with Gnom, Gher?" Behaid asked. "The knife told you to deceive, not to bang him on the head."
"I had to work on that,"
Gher admitted, as they crossed the room to the south window.
"I didn't want to disappoint the knife, but I had to get Gnom out of the way for long enough for me to grab Gehen's book. Then it sort of came to me that deceive might mean do something Gnom wouldn't expect me to do, and getting thumped on the head was just about the last thing he expected."
"There's a weird sort of logic to that, I suppose,"
Behaid conceded.
"Things are definitely going to pot for poor Gehen,"
Leitha reported from the window.
"Galbac's running him ragged down there."
"What a shame," Althalus said absently.
"What's troubling you, Althalus?"
Gher asked him.
"I thought you'd be pleased at the way this turned out."
"I am, up to a point," he replied. "I just wish I'd been able to do it a little differently, that's all."
"It bothers Althalus that he had to trick Galbac while we were tricking Gehen,"
Gher explained.
"Althalus and Galbac got along real good, and Althalus doesn't like to trick friends."
"Morality, Althalus?" Gher asked in mock amazement. "Ethics, Em," he corrected her. "There's a difference between ethics and morality. You did realize that, didn't you?"
"My perspective's a bit different, love," she replied. "Maybe when this is all over, we can discuss that issue for a few centuries."
"Doesn't Gnom do the same stuff Elia does?"
Gher asked suddenly.
"I mean, isn't he Gehen's door opener?"
"Sort of,"
Gher replied.
"What's giving them so much trouble down there, then? If we were the ones trying to run away, all we'd have to do is yell for Elia, and he'd pop open a door for us. We'd zip on through, and then we'd pop out someplace 1,000 or maybe even 100 miles away."
"It's not entirely their fault, Gher. Daiva keeps his agents on a very tight leash. He doesn't care for creativity, and he's extremely sensitive about the doors in Nagarash. He doesn't want his people using them without his permission, and there are some rather extreme punishments for anybody who uses a door in Nagarash without that permission."
"That's just silly, Emmy,"
Gher objected.
"That more or less describes my brother, yes," she agreed. "Both of them, actually."
"Gher!"
Behaid protested.
"They're silly in different ways, Behaid," she said. "But silly is silly, no matter how much we try to pretty it up. Both Dewas and Daiva tinker with things and people most of the time. I'm just a bit more relaxed than they are. I found that as long as my people love me, things are probably going to turn out the way I want them to."
Then she looked at Althalus.
"Were you planning to go to Hugh's sometime in the near future, love?"
she asked pleasantly. "I think we should talk about that, Em," he replied seriously. "Haven't we tempered just about enough?"
"I don't quite follow you."
"It was early autumn when Gehen came to Nabjor's camp last time. How much can change if he arrives in early summer? If he hires me to steal the book then, won't I come to the house about 3 months early? And if I do, how many other things will change?" She frowned slightly.
"You may have a point, Althalus. There are a number of things that should stay more or less just the way they are."
"It shouldn't really be too hard to do it, Emmy,"
Gher said.
"All we have to do is fix it so that Gehen and Gnom don't get away from Galbac quite so easy. We can watch him from your window, and every time he brushes out his horse tracks so that Galbac can find his trail, Elia can come along behind him and put down new tracks for Galbac to find. That way, Gher ought to have a real nervous summer, and he won't get to Nabjor's camp until pretty close to the right time."
"It's worth a try, Em," Althalus agreed, "and if we do it that way, there's no particular urgency about getting to Nabjor's camp. That'll give me enough time to take a bath and put on some clean clothes, at least."
"I think I'll faint."
"Quit trying to be funny, Em. After a few centuries, bathing gets to be a habit."
"You are planning to get rid of that ridiculous tunic, aren't you?"
"Not on my life. I just spent an entire winter arranging things so that I could keep my tunic instead of throwing it away."
"I thought the whole point of this past winter was to trick Gher so that you could steal his book."
"Well, there's that too, but keeping this tunic was the main thing." She sighed.
"We've got further to go than I thought," she said.
Chapter 46.
"It's good to be home again,"
Gher said as he and Althalus rode north through deep-forested Hule in early autumn.
"I sort of missed the trees."
Then he frowned.
"But they aren't really the same trees, are they?"
"Some of them might be," Althalus replied, "the smaller ones."
"Do trees really live for that long?"
"Some of them do."
"And they just keep getting bigger and bigger, don't they?"
"Oh, I'd imagine there's some kind of limit."
"Just exactly where's this place we're going?"
"You'll probably recognize it, Gher. It's the place where you joined us, right after Elia and I caught you trying to steal our horses. It's one of those significant places we come across from time to time."
"That's spooky,"
Gher said. "You'll have to talk with Emmy about that." Althalus looked up at the massive trees around them. "We've changed a lot of things as we've gone along, but the trees are still the same, and I'm sure Nabjor's camp hasn't changed all that much either." Then he grinned. "I do feel better this time, though. I was in a foul humor last time. I'd just gone through a year of incredibly bad luck." Then he cocked his head to listen to a sound they'd been hearing since they'd first ridden through the door that had led them to Hule. "That's also a definite difference. Last time it was the wailing noise we used to hear every time we turned around. This time it's Elia's knife."
"That means that we're going to win, doesn't it?"
"It's a little hard to say for sure, but I'd say that we're ahead this time." Althalus peered on up the road. "Nabjor's camp's just ahead. I'll introduce you to him. You'd probably better keep on talking sloppy. Gher will be along soon, and you talk that way back at Gosti's place. A good thief should be consistent. Part of what you're doing when you're trying to trick somebody is to make up a different person."
Like I'm him instead of me, you mean?"
"Exactly. There are a lot of 10-like people in every thief's saddlebags. You get to know them after a while, and you can pull out whichever one's going to work best." Then Althalus scratched his cheek thoughtfully. "I think I'd better use the happy 10-like Althalus this time. Last time I didn't have anything to talk about but my bad luck, but this time I'm up to my ears in good luck."
"That sort of means that you're in charge, doesn't it?"
"I think that was the whole idea, Gher. Last time Gher was running things. This time it's me. Go along with the story I'm going to spin for Nabjor. There won't be much truth to it, but that's not too important."
"I sort of think you're wrong, Althalus," Gher said. "They're changing things, so any story you tell anybody is true this time, isn't it? You're not really 10-liking, are you?"
Althalus blinked.
"If I was you, the first thing I'd do is get rid of them dogs in that rich man's house in Dacre. If he don't have dogs, things will turn out a lot different, won't they? The neat part of this is that you can change anything that happened back then that you didn't like. This is your dream thing, so you can make it come out any way you want it to. No matter what kind of story you tell, it'll turn out to be the truth."
"You're starting to give me a headache again, Gher."
"It's not really that hard, Althalus. It'll be easy if you just remember that anything you say is the truth. You can't lie, even if you want to."
"You're making it worse." Althalus reined in his horse. "I'd better let Nabjor know that we're coming. He doesn't like to have people just ride into his camp without any kind of warning." He raised his voice then. "Ho, Nabjor!" he called. It's me, Althalus. Don't get excited. I'm coming in.
Oh, Althalus,
Nabjor bellowed.
welcome. I was starting to think that maybe the Icaros or the Treborians had caught you and hung you up on a tree down there.
Not a chance, Nabjor, Althalus called back. You should know by now that nobody ever catches me. Is your mead ripe yet? That batch you had last time I passed through was just a trifle green.
Come on in and try some, Nabjor invited. This new batch came out rather well.
Althalus and Gher rode forward into the clearing, and Althalus looked at his old friend with a peculiar sense of sadness as then and now clashed in his mind. He knew that Nabjor was long dead in the world from which he and Gher had come to revisit the past, but there was Nabjor, the same as always, big, burly, squinty-eyed, and dressed in a shaggy bearskin tunic. Althalus dismounted, and he and Nabjor clasped hands warmly.
"Who's the boy?"
Nabjor asked curiously. "His name's Gher," Althalus replied, "and I've sort of taken him under my wing as an apprentice. He shows quite a bit of promise."
"Welcome, Gher,"
Nabjor said.
"Sit you down, gentlemen. I'll fetch us some mead, and you can tell me all about the splendors of civilization."
"Ah, no mead for the boy," Althalus said quickly. "Gher's got an older sister who doesn't really approve of drinking. She doesn't get upset about lying, cheating, or stealing, but she can go on for weeks about some of the simpler pleasures of life. If word happened to get back to her that I was leading Gher astray, she might haul him back home."
"I've met a few like that," Nabjor said. "Sometimes women get a little strange. I got some cider that hasn't turned yet. Would that be all right for your apprentice?"
"I don't think she'd find any fault with cider."
"Good. Mead for us and cider for Gher, then. That's a haunch of forest bison on that spit over the fire. Help yourself to some of it. I'll bring a loaf of bread, too."
Althalus and Gher seated themselves on a log by the fire and carved some chunks of meat from the spitted haunch, while Nabjor filled 2 cups with foaming mead and a third with golden cider.
"How did things go down there in civilization?"
he asked. Althalus realized that this was the important moment. This would change things. "It went beyond my wildest expectations, Nabjor," he replied expansively. "My luck was smiling at me every step of the way. She still absolutely adores me." He took a long drink of his mead. "You got a good run on this batch, my friend," he complimented Nabjor.
"I thought you might like it."
"It's good to come home where I can get mead to drink. Down there in civilization, they don't seem to know how to brew it. The only thing you can buy in their taverns is sour wine. How's business been?"
"Not bad at all," Nabjor replied expansively. "Word's getting around about my place. Just about everybody in Huel knows by now that if he wants a good cup of mead at a reasonable price, Nabjor's camp is the place to go. If he wants the companionship of a pretty lady, this is the place. If he stumbled across something valuable that he wants to sell, with no embarrassing questions about how he came by it, he knows that if he comes here, I'll be glad to discuss it with him."
"You're going to fool around and die rich, Nabjor."
"If it's all the same to you, I'd rather live rich. All right, since that's out of the way, tell me what happened down there in the Low Country. I haven't seen you for more than a year, so we've got a lot of catching up to do."
"You are not going to believe just how well things went, Nabjor," Althalus replied with a broad grin. "Everything I touched down there turned to gold." He laid an affectionate hand on Gher's shoulder. "This boy here has luck that's at least as good as mine, and when you pour both of them into the same pot, we just can't possibly lose, as we discovered when we got to Dacre. After we'd looked at all their fancy stone buildings, we just happened to overhear talk about a rich salt merchant named Queso. I'm positive that it wasn't really a coincidence. My luck was herding us from one direction, and Gher's was coming from the other. Anyway, if you'd bought any salt lately, I'm sure you can understand how a salt merchant can end up richer than any gold miner in the world."
"Oh, yes," Nabjor agreed. "They're the worst gougers there are."
"Well," Althalus went on, We located this Queso fellow's house, and I sent Gher up to the door to ask for directions to the place where one of the neighbors lived, and to have a close look at the latch on Queso's door.
It wasn't much of a latch, Mr. Nabjaw,
Gher added.
It looked big and strong, but I could have sprung it open with my thumbnail.
Is this boy that good?
Nabjaw asked Althalus. Why do you think I took him on as my apprentice? Althalus replied. Well, to cut it short, we went to Queso's house along about midnight a couple of days later, undid that latch, and went on inside. Queso's servants were all asleep, and Queso himself was filling all the corners of his bedroom with snores. He stopped snoring when I set the point of my knife against his throat, though, and he was very cooperative. There's nothing quite like a knife point to get somebody's attention. A few minutes later, Gher and I came into a great deal of money. We thanked Queso for his hospitality, tied him up, and stuffed a rag into his mouth to keep him from disturbing the sleep of his servants, and then we left the splendid city of Dacre. We even bought some horses. Now that we were rich, we didn't have to walk any more.
Where did you go next, Althalus?
Nabjaw asked eagerly. We made our next stop in Canthon, Althalus replied. That's a city up in northern Treboria. There's a new ruler in the city, and he's got some peculiar ideas about taxes.
What are taxes?
I'm not entirely sure. The way it seems to work is that people have to pay to live in their own houses and breathe all the precious air that the ruler of the place so generously provides. Breathing's very expensive in Canthon. About half of everything a man owns usually covers most of it. The local rich men seem to think that it's not a very good idea to look rich. Shabby, broken-down furniture is very expensive in Canthon, and rich men take lessons from stonemasons to learn how to lay flagstones very neatly, so that the tax collectors can't identify the flat rock that covers the hole in the floor where the rich man hides his gold. My luck and Gher's herded us into a tavern where the stonemasons of Canthon did their drinking, and they just happened to be talking about a fellow who just inherited a fortune from his uncle. Those masons were laughing themselves sick over the sloppy job he'd done laying that particularly important rock. From what they were saying, the fellow was one of those ne'er-do-wells who spent all their nights carousing around in the seedier establishments down by the river, and I guess his hands were a bit shaky the day he set the stone in place. To make things even better for us, the fellow's servants had appetites of their own that were the same as his. They piously promised to look after things while he was out enjoying himself, but a quarter of an hour after he went out the front door, his house was deserted.
What a shame,
Nabjaw chuckled. Well, Gher and I just happened to come into more money that very same evening. By now we had so much money that carrying it was turning into quite a chore, so after we left Canthon we found a secluded place and buried it, and that wasn't the last time either. We got money buried in a half-dozen places down there because we had more than we could carry, and every time we turned around, more of it kept piling up on us. Nabjaw laughed.
You know, I just can't seem to remember the last time I had that problem.
Althalus glossed over his encounter with paper money, since the concept was a little exotic for Nabjaw. I could go on for days telling you about all the swindles and robberies we pulled off down there, but our biggest success was in Aram, of all places.
I've heard that they've struck gold down there,
Nabjaw said.
Don't tell me that you finally broke down and started digging your own gold.
Not this, old dog, Althalus replied. I let somebody else take care of that for me. Gher and I'd come up out of Perkane, and we were hot-footing our way back here to Hill. Well, we stopped in a wayside tavern, and there was this fellow who had a splendid tunic. Wolfskin it was, and the ears decorated the hood of that tunic.
I see that some ownership got transferred,
Nabjaw said, eyeing the tunic Althalus was wearing.
Did you swindle that fellow out of it, or did you just break down and buy it from him?
Bite your tongue. I steal gold, Nabjaw. I don't spend it. Anyway, the loafers in the tavern were talking about a rich man called Gosty Bigbelly, who owns and operates a toll bridge that just happens to be the only way to cross a certain river that stands between the rest of Aram and the region where gold's just been discovered. The price Gosty charges to cross is outrageous, but people are glad to pay it. And this Gosty is getting richer by the hour. Well, I'm not one to pass up an opportunity like that, so I decided to look into the matter.
After you transferred some ownership?
Nabjaw asked slyly, looking at the wolfskin tunic.
"That didn't hardly take no time at all, Mr. Nabjaw."
Gher smirked.
"The fellow in the tunic went outside the tavern after a while, and Althalus followed him, popped him on the head with the handle of his sword, and took his tunic and his shoes."
Nabjaw raised one eyebrow. "I'll admit it went a little far," Althalus conceded apologetically, "but my shoes were just about ready to fall apart. That fellow didn't really need shoes all that much. He wasn't too likely to walk very far away from that tavern. Anyway, Gher and I mounted up and rode on. After a day or so, we stopped at another tavern, and the people there were talking about Gosty Bigbelly, the same as the ones in the other tavern had been. Gher and I picked up some more minute details, and I began to realize that robbing Gosty might go a little further than a simple smash-and-grab sort of thing. So we were probably going to need some help. That's where our luck stepped in again. My luck's always been sort of sneaky, and Gher's is even worse. There were 2 other fellows in that tavern, and I'd noticed them the minute we walked in, because I could tell by their look that they weren't Arams. Their eyes lit up like torches every time somebody said the word gold, so I was fairly sure they were in the same business as we were. We talked with them after we all left the tavern, and we decided to go into partnership instead of competing with each other.
"We went into Gosty's place separate, though,"
Gher added.
"Our idea was to 'tend like we didn't know each other. The other stealers was named Gend and Gnom, and we didn't even go near them. Not out where any of Gosty's people could see us anyway. But we'd meet late at night in the stables or the hay barn to make our plans. And we spent a whole winter there and got to know every log in the place by its first name. And Althalus happened to hear a couple of old coots arguing about a back door to the barn, with one coot saying there was one and the other saying there wasn't, even though all they'd had to do was to go to the barn and look. But they were having so much fun arguing that they didn't want to spoil it. But me and Althalus were having no argument, so we did go look, and it turned out that the coot who said was right, and the coot who said wasn't. Except that there was a haystack piled up in front of that old door, and I was the one who got to move that haystack, because Althalus told me I was supposed to 'tend like I wanted to jump out of the loft into that haystack, and I wasn't too happy that I was the one who was going to have to do all the work. Except that it didn't turn out that way at all, because all the Arams heard what I was doing, and they thought that jumping in the hay might be funner than just sitting around watching Gosty eat and get fatter. So they pitched in and helped me move the haystack. Only even though I did a lot of the work, I didn't get to jump in the hay more than 2 or 3 times, 'cause the Arams was lined up clear out into the courtyard, waiting for their turn to jump. And I don't think that was very fair at all. Do you?"
Nabjaw was staring at Gher with an awestruck expression. "Doesn't he ever stop to breathe?" he asked Althalus. "I haven't looked too closely, but I think he might have gills or something under his collar. I've heard him talk steadily for 2 straight hours without stopping once to catch his breath. Once he starts, you'd better lean back and get comfortable, because he's likely to go on for quite a long time." Well, spring finally rolled around, and Gosty's cousin told me that they were always celebrated Gosty's birthday when the last of the snow melted off, and that fits into our plans perfectly. The trails would be clear, and everybody in Gosty's Hall would be so drunk that an earthquake or a volcano wouldn't attract much attention. "Beautiful," Nabjaw chuckled. We sort of liked it. Anyway, Gher and Gnom went to the stables to saddle the horses, while Gehend and I stepped over the 2 sleeping men who were supposed to be guarding the strong room, and we undid that latch that looked very impressive, but which a child of 4 could have opened. Then we went into Gosty's strong room to have a look at our new gold.
"Was there very much?"
Nabjaw asked eagerly. "More than we could carry, that's for sure."
"I could carry a lot of gold, Althalus."
"Not that much you couldn't. It took me a while to explain to Ghen that a robbery isn't a success unless you've gotten away. He had wild ideas about stealing horses to carry the excess and other absurdities, but I finally managed to persuade him that staying unhung was going to be a major goal in our lives after we'd taken a few bags out of the strong room, and that attracting attention wouldn't be the best way to achieve that goal.
"Whatever happened to that Gend fellow?"
Nabjaw asked. I'm not entirely sure. We split up after we left Gosti's fort to confuse anybody who might decide to follow us. But if they manage to get away, he and Gnom are supposed to meet us here. Back at Gosti's fort, Gher was telling me that he might have a business proposition for me, and I'm always interested in business.
It sounds to me as if you've made enough money this past year to retire on.
Althalus laughed. I wouldn't know what to do with myself, Nabjaw. Sitting around growing moss isn't my style.
More mead?
Nabjaw suggested. I thought you'd never get around to asking that, Althalus said, holding out his empty cup. Nabjaw took their cups back to the narrow crevice between two standing boulders where he kept his mead crocks to refill them.
"Nicely done, pet," Emmy's voice murmured approvingly. "You managed to mix this time and the last time together so smoothly that it's almost impossible to separate them."
It's a gift, Em. Always mix a certain amount of truth into your lies. Of course, according to Gher, the story I told this time is the truth, and last time was the lie.
"Quit showing off, Althalus," she chided.
Nabjaw brought their cups back, and the three of them sat by the fire talking until well after nightfall, and Althalus noticed that his friend had a new wench in camp. She had wicked eyes and a provocative way of walking, and he thought that under different circumstances it might be sort of nice if they got to know each other a little better. Emmy probably wouldn't approve, though. After a while, Gher dozed off, but Althalus and Nabjaw talked until almost midnight. Then Althalus fetched the blankets he and Gher had carried rolled up behind their saddles. He covered the boy without waking him, and then he rolled up in his own blankets near the dying fire and fell asleep almost immediately. Gher rose early the next morning, but Althalus slept late. There wasn't really anything very pressing to take care of, so he felt that it was a good time to catch up on his sleep. He was fairly sure he'd want his wits about him when Gher and Gnom arrived, and a man who's been missing sleep for a while tends to be a bit fuzzy-minded at times when it's important for him to be on his toes. It was about mid-morning when he finally arose, and when he was going to the brook to splash some water on his face, he saw Gher seated on a log beside the naughty-eyed wench. The boy's hair was wet as if it had just been washed, and the wench appeared to be darning one of his socks. Althalus shook his head in bafflement. There seemed to be something about Gher that made every woman he came across automatically want to mother him. Undine had done it, and to a lesser degree so had Leigh. Emmy didn't really count, of course, because Emmy mothered everybody. Althalus and Gher loafed around Nabjaw's camp for at least a week, and then one blustery day, when the racing clouds overhead were blotting out the sun, Gher and Gnom rode into camp.
"Well, finally," Althalus said by way of greeting. "What took you so long to get here?"
"I thought you were supposed to keep Galback off our tails, Althalus," Gher replied, wearily swinging down from his exhausted horse. "He was hot in our trail before the sun was fully up."
"The devil you say," Althalus replied. "Are you sure you stayed away from the Huel road?"
"We did everything just the way you suggested," Gnom told him, "and none of it worked the way it was supposed to. I think that accursed Galback's part bloodhound. Every time we passed over soft ground, we were careful to brush out our tracks, but he followed us anyway. This has been the worst summer of my life. We even tried wading 20 miles up a river, and Galback still followed us. How did you two get away?"
Althalus shrugged. "It was easy. We rode south a ways, leaving plenty of tracks, and then we picked a rocky place to leave the road, crossed the mountains into Gher, and came to Huel from that direction. We were positive that you two had gotten away clean, too. Why would Galback follow a road with no signs, instead of the one that was littered with tracks?"
"I think he outsmarted us, Althalus," Gher said mournfully. "Maybe we were just a little too obvious. Evidently, Galback's shrewd enough to be suspicious about a trail that jumps up and hits him right in the face."
"I can't for the life of me see how Galback was able to get on your trail so fast," Althalus said. "He was dead to the world when I left the dining hall. I was positive he wouldn't wake up before noon, and when he did wake up, he should have been too sick to even care about Gosti's gold."
"I think we both overlooked just how big Galback is," Gher said. "A big man can soak up a lot more strong drink than a smaller man can."
"Well, at least you two were finally able to get clear. and that's what mattered. You're safe here, so you can sit down and relax. He turned slightly. "Mead, Nabjaw," he called, "and keep it coming. These are the 2 friends I told you about, and they've had a very bad summer." Gehend wearily seated himself on one of the logs by the fire pit and rubbed at his face. "I could sleep for a week," he said. "This is a good place for it," Althalus told him. "How did you 2 finally manage to shake off Galback?"
"Pure luck more than anything else," Knom replied. "Arams do a lot of hunting in those mountains of theirs, deer, bear, and those big stags with huge horns, so they're expert trackers. No matter what we did, we couldn't seem to shake them off. We holed up for a week in a cave that was back behind a waterfall, and then one of those summer storms came along, the kind of storm that even rains straight up. I'm sure we left tracks when we rode out of the cave, but our tracks were gone almost before we put them down. We made it up to the ridge line, and after that it was easy."
Nabjaw brought mead, and Gend and Knom started to relax.
"Help yourselves to a bit of that haunch on the spit,"
Nabjaw told them.
"How much is it going to cost us?"
Knom asked.
"Oh, don't worry about it. Althalus has already taken care of it." "Why, thank you, Althalus," Knom said. "That was considerate."
"Well, I did sort of invite you 2 to come here," Althalus reminded him. "Besides, since we are all so stinking rich now, the money doesn't really mean anything, does it?"
"Bite your tongue," Knom said. "Did you 2 actually bring your share of that gold into a place like this?"
"Do I really look that stupid, Knom?" Althalus replied. "We just took out enough for current expenses and put the rest in a safe place."
"Oh? Where might that be?"
"It wouldn't really be a safe place if we went around talking about it, now would it?" A sudden flash of bitter disappointment crossed Knom's face before he could conceal it, and Althalus smiled inwardly. The knowledge that 4 bags of gold were hidden somewhere nearby, and that there was no way he could find out exactly where, was probably causing Knom more pain than Gher's bucket had. They had a few more cups of mead and several slabs of roast bison, and after Gehend and Knom relaxed a bit, Althalus decided that it was time to get down to business.
"You were saying something about a business proposition last winter, Gehend," he said. "Has that fallen by the wayside, or would you still like to discuss it?"
"No," Gehend replied. "It's still roaming around in the back of my mind. As it happens, there's someone in Nekweros who's holding some obligations over my head, and he's not the sort of fellow anybody in his right mind wants to disappoint, if you take my meaning. One of those, I take it. He's the one who invented those, my friend. People who cross that one usually live just long enough to regret it. Anyway, there's something he really wants, and he strongly suggested that he'd like to have me go get it for him. Unfortunately, the thing he wants is in a house over in Gher, and that puts me in a very tight spot. I'm not terribly popular in Gher just now. Knom and I had a very successful season there a couple of years ago, and Gher's tend to hold grudges. There are a couple of fellows over there who make Galback look gentle by comparison, and those fellows would really like to see me again." "I can see your problem, Gent. There are quite a few places that I should probably avoid, too."
"Exactly. You're a very good thief, Althalus, so I know I can depend on you. I think you're just the man I've been looking for."
"I'm the best," Althalus said with a depreciating shrug.
"He's right about that, Gent,"
Nabjaw said, bringing them cups of fresh mead.
"Althalus here can steal anything with 2 ends.
"That might be a slight exaggeration," Althalus said. "I've never stolen a river. What exactly is it that this terror over in Nekweros wants you to steal for him? Is it some jewel, or what?"
"No, it's not a jewel," Gend replied with a hungry look. "What he wants, and will pay for, is a book."
"I like the word pay well enough," Althalus said, "but now we come to the hard part. What in blazes is a book?" Gehend looked sharply at him.
"You don't know how to read, do you?"
"Reading's for priests, Gehend, and I don't have any dealings with priests, if I can avoid it." Gehend frowned.
"This might complicate things just a bit," he said.
Gehend, old friend, I don't know a thing about stone cutting, but I've stolen a lot of jewels in my time, and I haven't got the faintest idea of how to cook gold out of rocks, but I still manage to pick up quite a bit of it from time to time. Just tell me what this book thing looks like, and I'll go steal it for you, if the price is right, and if you tell me where I'll find it.
You probably could at that, Gehend agreed. I just happen to have a book with me. If I show it to you, you'll know what you're looking for.
Exactly, Althalus said. Why don't you trot your book out, and Gher and I'll have a look. We don't have to know what it says to be able to steal it, do we?
No, Gehend agreed. I guess you don't at that.
He rose to his feet, went over to his horse, reached inside the leather bag tied to his saddle, and took out his black book. Then he brought it back to the fire.
It's just a leather box, isn't it?
Gher observed.
It's what's inside that's important,
Gehend said, opening the lid. He took out a sheet of parchment and handed it to Althalus.
That's what writing looks like, he said. When you find a box like this one, you'd better open it before you steal it, to make sure it has sheets like that one instead of buttons or knitting needles.
Althalus held up the sheet and looked at it, feigning a look of blank incomprehension. "Is this what writing's supposed to look like?" he demanded. "It looks to me like meaningless scrawling."
"You've got it upside down," Gnome told him.
"Oh." Althalus turned the page and looked at it blankly for a while.
"It still doesn't make any sense,"
he said. It was all he could do, however, to keep from throwing the dreadful sheet into the fire. The Book of Gher was not something for the faint at heart, and some of the words on the page seemed almost to leap into flame right before his eyes.
"I still can't make any sense out of this,"
he lied, handing the sheet of parchment back to Gehend. "But that's not important. All I really need to know is that I'm looking for a black box with leather sheets inside."
"The box we want is white,"
Gehend corrected, as he reverently replaced the sheet in the box.
"Well," he said then, "are you interested in the proposition?"
"I'll need a few more details," Althalus replied. "Just exactly where is this book, and how well is it guarded?"
"It's in the house at the end of the world, over in Gher."
"I know where Gher is," Althalus said, "but I didn't know that the world ended there. Exactly where in Gher is this place?"
"Up north. It's up in that part of Gher that doesn't see the sun in the winter, and where there isn't any night in summer."
"That's a peculiar place for somebody to live."
"Truly. The owner of the book doesn't live there anymore, though, so there won't be anybody there to interfere with you when you go inside the house to steal the book."
"That's convenient. Can you give me any kind of landmarks? I can move faster if I know where I'm going."
"Just follow the edge of the world. When you see a house, you'll know it's the right place. It's the only house up there."
Althalus drank off his mead. "That sounds simple enough," he said. "Now then, after I've stolen the book, how do I find you to get my pay?"
"I'll find you, Althalus."
Gehend's deep-sunk eyes burned even hotter.
"Believe me, I'll find you."
"I'll think about it, then."
"You'll do it, then?"
"I said I'd think about it. Now, why don't we have some more of Nabjaw's mead? I seem to have come into some money here lately, so we can afford to have a good time." They talked and drank mead until well after sundown, and after a while Nabjaw began to yawn rather ostentatiously. "Why don't you go to bed, Nabjaw?" Althalus suggested.
"I have to mind the store, Althalus."
"Just mark the side of the clock, Mr. Nabjaw," Gher suggested. "Put a line where the mead is now, and another line where it is in the morning. That way you'll know how much we drank. I can carry their cups to them."
Nabjaw threw a quick glance at Althalus. Althalus nodded, and then he winked.
"I am just a little tired," Nabjaw admitted. "You gentlemen wouldn't mind if I left you to take care of yourselves, would you?"
"Not a bit," Gnome told him. "We're all old friends here, so we won't start brawling and breaking up your furniture." Nabjaw laughed.
"I'd hardly call a few peeled logs furniture," he said. "Good night, then, gentlemen."
He crossed the clearing to the roughly built hut where he slept. Gher took over the chore of bringing mead to the men at the fire, and Althalus soon noticed that his mead had been watered down noticeably, and he suspected that the mead Gehend and Cnom were drinking had also been altered, but not with water. It didn't really take very long for the doctored mead Gehend and Cnom were drinking to begin to show some results. They'd been exhausted when they'd come into camp anyway, and the mead Gher was serving them soon pushed them over the edge. The fire in Gehen's eyes grew dim, and Cnom began to sway from side to side on the log where he sat. After 2 more cups of the doctored mead, they both slid off the log and began to snore. "Where did you get the special mead?" Althalus asked Gher.
"The lady who's been darning my socks told me about it. Nabjaw uses it on some of his customers now and then, if they've got a lot of money but don't want to spend it."
"Just exactly what are you up to, Althalus?"
Nabjaw demanded in a hoarse whisper as he came out of his hut.
"Aren't those 2 your friends?"
"I wouldn't go quite that far, Nabjaw," Althalus replied. "Business associates, yes, but not exactly friends. Gen's trying to bamboozle me into stealing something for him that's a lot more valuable than he cares to admit, and it's in a place that's so dangerous that he's afraid to go steal it himself. That's hardly the act of a friend, now, is it?"
"Not hardly," Nabjaw agreed. "If you're going to kill them, don't do it here."
"Oh, we're not going to kill them, Nabjaw," Althalus said with a wicked grin. "I'm just going to prove to Gen that I'm a lot slicker than he is. Go fetch our imitation book, Gher."
"Right,"
Gher said, grinning broadly.
"I thought you didn't know what a book was," Nabjaw said. "You certainly made quite a show of that."
"It's called playing dumb, Mr. Nabjaw," Gher said. "It's always easy to swindle somebody who thinks he's smarter than you are."
Gher went to where their saddles were and took out the book Dwyer had given them.
"Do you want me to switch them now, Althalus?"
he asked. "That's your job, Gher. Just make sure that Gen's saddlebag looks the same when you're finished."
"And did you want to show me how to walk, too?"
Gher asked. "That boy's got a very clever mouth, doesn't he?" Nabjaw said. "I know," Althalus agreed. "He's good, though, so I put up with him." He fished a gold coin out of his purse and held it up for Nabjaw to see. "Do me a favor, old friend. Gehend and Cnom drank quite a bit of your special mead before they drifted off, and they won't be feeling very good when they wake up. They'll need some medicine to make them feel better. Give them as much of that doctored mead as they can drink, and if they're feeling delicate again the day after tomorrow, get them well again with the same medicine."
"How did you find out about my special mead?"
"I've used doctored mead occasionally myself, Nabjaw, so I recognize the effects."
"Are you going to steal their gold, too?"
"No, I don't want them to get excited and start looking at Gen's book too closely. It's a fairly good copy, but it's not entirely the same. Keep the 2 of them drunk and happy, and if they ask, tell them that I've gone to Kagwa to steal that other book for them."
"After this is all over, come on back and tell me how it all turned out,"
Nabjaw said with a broad grin. "I'll do that," Althalus promised, even though he knew that this was the last time he'd ever see Nabjaw. "Be the friendly tavern keeper, my friend," he said. "Cure Gehend and Cnom of any unwholesome urges to follow Gher and me. I don't like to be followed when I'm working, so make them good and drunk right here, so that I don't have to make them both good and dead somewhere up in the mountains."
"You can depend on me, Althalus,"
Nabjaw said, eagerly snatching the gold coin from his friend's fingers.
Chapter 47. Althalus had a peculiar sense of dislocation as he and Gher rode east from Nabjaw's camp through the tag end of night. Their elaborate modification of the past had gone well, almost too well, perhaps. Their alterations hadn't really been all that extensive, but they'd set some things in motion that Althalus didn't fully understand.
"You're awful quiet,"
Gher said as they rode through the forest.
"I'm just a little edgy, that's all," Althalus told him. "I think we might have opened some doors that we didn't really want to."
"Emmy can take care of it."
"I'm not sure she's supposed to. I get the feeling that I'm the one who'll have to deal with it."
"How much longer are we going to keep poking along like this?"
Gher asked.
"We could just give Elia a shout and go home in a blink, you know."
"I don't think we should, Gher. It's only a hunch, but I think there are some things that happened last time that we'd better not step over.
Like what?
I don't know. That's what's making me edgy. I think we'd better just stay on the ground.
Did you float this past Emmy?
Not yet. I'll get around to it one of these days.
You're going to get yourself yelled at, Althalus.
Althalus shrugged. It won't be the first time. I think we've changed just about enough of the past. We swindled Ghent, I got to keep my tunic, and we stole the Book of Daiva. I don't think we want to change anything else. Something happened last time that has to happen this time as well. If it doesn't, this whole thing might fall apart on us.
Are you certain sure you didn't get hold of Gen's cup by mistake back there in Nabjor's camp? You're not making much sense right now.
We'll see. The dawn came up murky and sullen over deep-forested Hule, and Althalus and Gher rode east among the gigantic trees. "We need to watch out for wolves," Althalus cautioned.
Wolves?
Gher sounded a bit surprised.
I hadn't heard that there are any wolves in Hule.
There are now. We're in a different Hule right now. This isn't a place you're familiar with. It's a lot wilder than it's going to be later on. The wolves shouldn't be much of a problem since we've got horses this time and we'll be able to outrun them, but keep your eyes and ears open.
It was really exciting back then, wasn't it?
It had its moments. Let's move right along, Gher. If Nabjor does what he's supposed to do, it should be quite some time before Gehen wakes up to what we've done. But I want to get a long way ahead of him, just to be on the safe side.
What could he do?
Put an army out in front of us, possibly. He still has access to Pekal and Gelter at this particular time, you know.
I hadn't thought of that,
Gher admitted. I didn't think you had.
Maybe we should gallop for a while.
Excellent idea, Gher. Because they were mounted, they covered the distance between Nabjor's camp and the edge of the vast forest in less than half the time it had taken Althalus before. The trees thinned as they moved up into the highlands of Kagwer and turned north, retracing rather closely the route Althalus had taken some 25 centuries ago. The air turned chill as they moved north, and then one frosty night as they sat near their campfire, Althalus saw a familiar sight in the northern sky. "I think we are getting closer," he told Gher.
Oh?
Althalus pointed to the north. "God's fire," he said. "I couldn't swear to it, but I think we're getting closer to one of those things that have to happen this time in more or less the way they did last time."
I wish you could give me some hints about what we're supposed to be looking for.
So do I. I just hope we'll recognize it when it comes along.
Well, I hope so, too. We're getting awful close to winter, you know, and we're still a long way from home.
We'll make it in time, Gher, Althalus assured him. That's one thing I can be sure of. I've been through this before, you know. Just before sunrise the next morning, they were awakened by a human voice, a voice Althalus recognized. "Don't be alarmed," he told Gher quietly. "This is that crazy man I told Gosti about. He's not dangerous." He was a bent and crooked old man, and he was shambling along with the aid of a staff. His hair and beard were silvery white, and he was garbed in animal skins. His face was deeply lined, and his eyes were shrewd and alert. He was talking in a resonant voice, speaking in a language Althalus could not quite recognize. "Ho there!" Althalus called to the crazy man. "We mean you no harm, so don't get excited."
"Who's that?"
the old man demanded, seizing his staff in both hands and brandishing it. "We are just travelers, and we seem to have lost our way." The old man lowered his staff. "Don't see many travelers around here," he said. "They don't seem to like our sky." "We noticed that fire in the sky ourselves just last night. Why does it do that?" "People say it's supposed to be a warning. Some think that the world ends a few miles to the north of here, and that God set the night sky on fire to warn everybody to stay back." Althalus frowned slightly. The crazy old man didn't seem to be quite as crazy as he'd been last time, and he didn't look quite the same, either. It sounds to me as if you don't quite agree with those who say that the world ends someplace around here, he noted. The old man shrugged. People can believe anything they want to, he said. They're wrong, of course, but that's none of my business, is it? Who were you talking to just now? Althalus asked, trying to wrench the conversation back to the track he remembered. I was talking to myself, of course. Do you see anybody else out there for me to talk to? Then the old man straightened, and indifferently tossed his staff away. It's not going to work, Althalus, he said. You've changed too many things. Our conversation won't be the same as it was last time. He made a wry face. Of course, it was fairly silly last time, if I remember it correctly, and we have more important things to discuss. When you get back to the house and see my sister, tell her that I love her. He smiled faintly. Gher and I don't agree about too many things, but I love her just the same. Tell her that I said to be very careful this time. This scheme you all cooked up was clever, certainly, but it's extremely dangerous. Our brother's shrewd enough to have guessed what you've been up to by now, so he won't let Gher get away with what she's planning without a fight. Are you who I think you are? Althalus choked. Can't you accept the obvious without asking all these idiotic questions, Althalus? I'd have thought that Gher had slapped that out of you by now. Were you the one I met here last time as well? Obviously. Gher was waiting for you in the house, and she hates to be kept waiting. Or had you noticed that? You needed directions, so I came here and gave them to you. That's part of my job. You already know the way this time, so I'm here to give you some advice instead. Advice? Don't you mean commands? That isn't the way it works, Althalus. You have to make your own decisions, and accept the consequences, of course. Gher gives us orders all the time. I know. She even tries to give me orders. I usually ignore her, though.
Doesn't that make things awful noisy?
Gher asked. Very noisy, but that's part of the fun. She's absolutely adorable when she flares up like that, so I nudge her in that direction every so often. It's a game we've been playing for a long, long time, but that's a family matter that doesn't really involve you. Then the old man's face grew deadly serious. You haven't seen the last of Gher, Althalus. You'll meet him one more time, so you'd better be ready for him.
What am I supposed to do?
You'll have to decide that for yourself. When you chose to go back and change things, you changed other things as well. Your scheme was very clever, I'll grant that, but it's also very dangerous. When Gher comes at you, he'll be so desperate that he'll be opening doors that aren't supposed to be opened, and you'll have to respond in kind. If you stop and think about it, you will know what has to be done. Please be careful when you do it, though. I spent a lot of time and effort on this place, and I'd rather you didn't nullify it.
Nullify?
The word isn't too accurate, but there isn't a word that describes what will happen if you aren't careful. Now then, if I were you, I'd stay away from those doors right now. You've been using them to alter reality, and you're starting to dislocate some things that'd be better left alone. It wouldn't be a good idea to shift the seasons right now.
I was wondering about that myself, even before we left Hule.
You managed to get something right, at least. You reached the house at the onset of winter last time. I'd keep it that way this time. Everything has a proper time and season, and the more important something is, the more crucial the time is. You don't want to reach the house late, of course, but getting there early could be just as dangerous.
I sort of thought it might be. I'll make sure we reach the house at exactly the same time.
Good. Then the old man looked rather quizzically at Althalus.
I can't really see why Gher objects to your tunic so much, he said. I think it looks rather splendid myself. I've always liked it. I don't suppose you'd care to sell it? Althalus floundered a bit. Oh, never mind, Althalus. I won't make an issue of it. There's something I will make an issue of, however. Oh? Treat my sister well. If you disappoint her or hurt her,
You will answer to me for it. Do I make myself clear?" Althalus swallowed hard and nodded. "I'm glad we understand each other. It's been very nice talking with you, Althalus. You have a nice day now, here?" And then the old man sauntered off, whistling as he went.
"Now, that's something that doesn't happen every day,"
Gher said in a shaky sort of voice.
"You said that something important was going to happen on our way back to the house. This was it, wasn't it?"
"I don't think anything's likely to come along to top it."
"Do you think we ought to holler at Elia and have him tell Emmy that we're going to be a little late?"
"Not this, old dog," Althalus replied. "The old man kept using the word advice, but I got his point. He told us to stay away from the doors, and he probably meant the windows as well. I'm not going to take any chances at this point."
"Emmy was probably watching from the window anyway, don't you think?"
"Almost certainly. She likes to keep an eye on me. Let's gather up our things and get ready to move out. We still have a ways to go, and we don't want to be late." They took a quick breakfast and rode north toward the precipice Althalus still thought of as the end of the world.
"I thought that tree was dead, Althalus,"
Gher said, frowning.
"It doesn't look very dead to me."
Althalus looked sharply at the edge of the world. The tree was still gnarled and twisted, and it was still bone white. It had leaves now, however, autumn leaves of red and gold that crowned the tree in glory.
"It wasn't like that before, was it?"
Gher asked. "No," Althalus replied in a puzzled voice.
"What do you suppose made it come alive?"
"I haven't the foggiest idea, Gher."
"Do you think it means something?"
"I don't know. Now I've got something else to worry about."
"Should we stop and see if something happens?"
"We don't have time. Let's keep going." Althalus turned his horse in an easterly direction to follow the edge of the precipice.
"It looks different out there,"
Gher said after a while, pointing north.
"It didn't look quite that way from Emmy's house."
"No ice," Althalus told him.
"There isn't, is there? What happened to all the ice we used to see off to the north?"
"It hasn't got here yet. We're still back then. Now won't get here for a couple 1,000 years." He broke off. "Now you've got me doing it," he scolded the boy. "This fooling around with time does funny things to a man's head." Gher grinned at him.
"That's what makes it so much fun."
"I think I've had enough fun for a while." Althalus looked around. "Keep your eyes open for rabbits or marmots. We didn't bring very much food with us, so we'll have to live off the land for the rest of the trip." Evening was settling in over the far north, and Althalus and Gher were rounding a jutting spur of rock when they saw a campfire in a small grove of stunted trees just ahead. "We'd better be just a little careful," Althalus cautioned. "That fire's something new. It wasn't there last time." They scouted around, but there didn't seem to be anyone in the vicinity.
"Who built that fire, Althalus?"
Gher demanded.
"Fires don't just start themselves, do they?"
A familiar odor coming from the campfire, however, hinted at a distinct possibility. "Supper's ready, Gher," Althalus told the boy. "We'd better go eat it before it gets cold. You know how Emmy is when we're late for supper." Gher gave him a puzzled look, and then his eyes widened.
"You know, sometimes Emmy's so clever she makes me sick. She wanted to let us know that she saw us talking with her brother without coming here and telling us right to our faces, so she fixed us supper instead."
Althalus sniffed at the fragrance coming from the fire. "She's managed to get my attention," he said, swinging down from his horse. "Let's eat."
"I'm ready,"
Gher agreed.
"When you get right down to it, I'm way past ready."
There was no question about who prepared the feast at the lonely campfire, since every bite had the familiar taste of Dwea's cooking. There were also several large bags of additional food near the fire. Althalus and Gher both ate too much, but it had been quite some time since either of them had tasted decent food, so their enthusiasm was quite natural. They continued along the edge of the world for a week or more, while autumn marched inexorably toward winter. Then, one evening after they'd eaten, Gher looked off toward the north.
"That fire out there seems awful bright tonight, doesn't it?" he said.
"Why don't we go have a look?" Althalus suggested, standing up.
"Why not?"
Gher said. They left their camp just as the moon was rising and walked over to the edge of the world. The moon gently caressed the misty cloud-tops far below, setting them all aglow. Althalus had seen this before, of course, but it was different here. The moon in her nightly passage drinks all color from the land and sea and sky, but she could not drink the color from God's fire, and the seething waves of rainbow light in the northern sky also burnished the tops of the clouds below. It seemed that they almost played there among the cloud-tops, with the moon's pale light encouraging the amorous advances of the rainbow fire. All bemused by the flicker and play of colored light that seemed almost to surround and enclose them, Althalus and Gher lay in the soft brown grass to watch the courtship of the moon and the fire of God. And then, far back in the mountains of Gher, they heard the sweet sound of the song of Eliar's knife. Althalus smiled. All manner of things were different this time. He fell asleep easily that night. The fire of God in the northern sky and the song of the knife rising from the forest seemed perfectly matched, and everything fit together just as it should. It must have been along toward dawn when thoughts of shimmering fire and aching song were banished by yet another dream. Her hair was the color of autumn, and her limbs were rounded with a perfection that made his heart ache. She was garbed in a short, archaic tunic, and her autumn hair was plaited elaborately. Her features were somehow alien in their perfect serenity. On his recent trip to the civilized lands of the south, he had viewed ancient statues, and his dream visitor's face more closely resembled the faces of yore than the faces of the people of the mundane world. Her brow was broad and straight, and her nose continued the line of her forehead unbroken. Her lips were sensual, intricately curved, and as ripe as cherries. Her eyes were large and very green, and it seemed that she looked into his very soul with those eyes. A faint smile touched those lips, and she held out her hand to him. "Come," she said in a soft voice. "Come with me, and I will care for you." "I wish I could," he found himself saying, and he cursed his tongue. "I would go gladly, but it's very hard to get away." "If you come with me, you shall never return," she told him in her throbbing voice. "For we shall walk among the stars, and fortune will never betray you more, and your days will be filled with sun, and your nights with love. Come, come with me, my beloved. I will care for you." And she beckoned and turned to lead him. And all bemused, he followed her, and they walked out among the clouds, and the moon and the fire of God welcomed them and blessed their love. And when he awoke the next morning, his heart was filled with contentment. The days grew shorter and the nights more chill as Althalus and Gher followed the edge of the world toward the northeast, and after about a week they entered a region that was very familiar.
"We are getting close to the house, aren't we?"
Gher said one evening after supper. Althalus nodded. "We'll probably get there about noon tomorrow. We'll have to wait a bit before we go inside, though."
"What for?"
"I didn't go across the bridge to the house until evening last time, and I think we'd better keep it that way. Ghen's been using these dream visions since the beginning, and everyone has fallen apart on him. It sort of looks to me as if something doesn't like it when we start playing with things that are all over and done with. That's why I'm going to make this time turn out as close to last time as I can. Put my feet in the same places, scratch my nose at the same time, and all that. I'd like to get back on the good side of whatever it is out there that doesn't like tampering with the past. Once we're both back inside the house, we'll be all right, but as long as we're outside, I think we'd better be very careful." They arrived at home late the following morning, and Althalus realized that he hadn't looked at the house from the outside for quite some time. He knew that it was much larger than it appeared to be from out here, but it was still an imposing place. Its location on that promontory, separated from the narrow plateau by the chasm the drawbridge crossed, silently suggested that it was separated from the rest of the world as well. Althalus was fairly certain that the house would remain exactly where it was, even if the rest of the world happened to vanish. They dismounted and sat down on the rock behind which Althalus had hidden 25 centuries before. At noon, Undine and Leigh came across the bridge with a large wicker basket.
"Lunchtime,"
Leigh called.
"Is Emmy mad at us or anything?"
Gher asked apprehensively.
"No,"
Undine replied.
"actually, she seems to be rather pleased about the way things turned out."
"Gher wants you to wait a bit before you cross the bridge," Leigh told them. "It's not quite time yet."
Althalus nodded. "I know," he said.
"Keep an eye on the tower window," Leigh instructed. "Behade's going to flash a lantern to let you know when you're supposed to come home."
She smiled briefly.
"That's part of his job, isn't it?"
"I think I missed that one,"
Gher admitted.
"The knife told him to illuminate, didn't it?"
"Are you trying to be funny?"
"Would I do that?"
Then she smiled again.
"Poor Behade's been staring at the floor ever since he saw you two talking with Dwea's brother," she told Althalus. "He definitely wasn't expecting that."
"Neither was I," Althalus replied, "and I'm going to have a very long talk with Emmy about it. I'm sure she recognized him last time, but she didn't bother to tell me just exactly who the crazy man was. Why don't you girls go on back home? It's a bit chilly out here." Althalus and Gher ate lunch, and then they sat waiting and casting frequent glances up at the tower window. The sun was low over the southern horizon when they saw the flicker of light in the window. "That's it, Gher," Althalus said, rising to his feet. "Let's go home."
"I'm ready,"
Gher agreed. They led their horses across the bridge and on into the courtyard where Epilogue was waiting.
"I'll take care of your horses," he told them. "Emmy wants to see you in the tower. Take Gen's book with you."
"Right," Althalus said. "Bring the book, Gher." They went on into the house and made their way to the stairs leading up to the tower. Dwyer was standing at the top of the stairs, and Althalus felt a peculiar twisting inside. He hadn't fully realized just how much he'd missed her. "Have you got the book?" she demanded.
"I'm awfully sorry, Em," Althalus told her. "We used it to start fires along the way."
"Very funny, Althalus."
"I've got it right here, Emmy,"
Gher told her, patting the leather bag he was carrying.
"Good. Bring it on upstairs, but leave it inside the bag for now."
Althalus and Gher climbed up the stairs, and Dwyer fiercely embraced Althalus at the top.
"Don't go away any more," she told him quite firmly.
"Not if I can help it, Em," he agreed.
"May we see the book?"
Behade asked eagerly as they entered the tower room.
"No," Dwyer said. "That's not necessary."
"Dwyer,"
he protested.
"I don't want you to touch it, and I most definitely don't want you to read any part of it. We brought it here to destroy it, not to read it."
"What do you want me to do with it, Emmy?"
Gher asked. "Toss it under the bed for now," she replied indifferently.
"Why not get rid of the dreadful thing right now?"
Undine demanded. "Not until morning, dear," Dwyer told her. "We definitely want plenty of daylight around when we bring the books together. I want all traces of night gone before we start."
"You're cruel, Dwyer,"
Behade accused.
"She's protecting you, Bade," Leigh told him. "She knows all about your hunger for books, even for this one. There are things in Gen's book that you don't want to know about."
"Are you telling me that you know what's in it?"
"Only in general terms, Bade. I'm staying as far away from it as I possibly can." "This discussion isn't really going anywhere," Dwyer told them. "Why don't we all go down to supper?" "Do you want me to stay here and guard the book, Emmy?" Epilogue asked. "Why?" "Well, shouldn't somebody stay here and keep an eye on it, just in case Gen tries to sneak in and steal it back?" Gher can't enter the house, Elia, she replied, not unless somebody invites him in.
Several things clicked together for Althalus at that point. He knew what he had to do now. "There's something I'll need to discuss with you, Elia," he told the young Aram as they all started toward the stairs. "Later on, probably."
"Anything you say, Althalus." "Are you sure you know what you're doing, love?" Gher asked Althalus later when they were alone.
"More or less," he replied. "Your brother hinted around the edges of it, and I know Gher well enough to have a fair idea of what he'll probably try to do. Please don't interfere, Em. Gher's my responsibility, and I'll deal with him in my own way."
"No killing in my house, Althalus," she said flatly.
"I wasn't planning to kill him, Em. Actually, I'm going to do something worse."
"It's dangerous, isn't it?"
"It won't be a casual stroll in the park," he admitted. "The timing's going to be crucial, so don't interrupt me or distract me, and keep the others out from underfoot. I know what has to be done, and I don't need any interference."
"Are you certain you'll be able to handle it?"
"Your brother seemed to think so. Oh, by the way, he sent his love."
"Are you trying to be funny?"
"Didn't you hear him?"
"Not very clearly, no."
"You missed a good part of the conversation, then. When you get right down to it, you've got your brother wrapped around your little finger. He absolutely adores you." She started to purr.
Tell me more," she urged. "We might as well get on with this," Gher told them the next morning after breakfast. "It's broad daylight now, so let's go upstairs and get started." They rose from the table and started toward the door, but Althalus motioned to Elia, and the two of them lingered in the dining room.
"Pay close attention, Elia," Althalus told the young man. "This is crucial."
"What do you want me to do, Althalus?"
"When we get to the tower room, I want you to go over to the window where your special door's located. Be sort of casual about it, and as soon as you're sure that nobody's watching, I want you to unlatch that door and leave it just slightly ajar."
"Is that a good idea? I mean, if Gher's looking for a way to get inside the house, and if that door is unlatched—"
"I want him to see that the door's not locked. When he comes at me, I want him to come through that door. I don't want him coming at me from behind my back."
"Ah, now I see what you're getting at. When did you want me to do that other thing?"
"Wait for my signal. Just be ready when I give you the word. We'll only have a few seconds, so stay on your toes. And if Emmy starts screaming at you, just ignore her and do what I tell you to do."
"You're going to get me into trouble, Althalus."
"I'll explain it to her after it's all over. It's essential that you only listen to me once this gets started. If we don't do it exactly right, none of us will be here to see the sun go down, and that's assuming that there'll still be a sun, or anything for it to go down behind."
"You're starting to make me nervous, Althalus."
"Good. At least I'm not alone."
"Will you two stop dawdling?"
Gher called down the stairs.
"We're coming, Em,"
Althalus called back. "Don't get excited."
"Now then,"
Gher told them all after Althalus and Elia had joined them in the tower room,
"when this starts, I want you all to stay back. This might be dangerous." "All right, Gher. Fetch Gher's book." "Anything you say, Emmy," the boy replied, going to the bed.
He knelt and groped around under the marble platform until he found the leather bag. Then he stood up and brought the bag to her.
"Here it is,"
he said, holding it out to her.
"Take it out of the bag, Gher," she told him, putting her hands behind her back.
"It won't hurt you, Emmy," he assured her. "It feels a little funny, but it's not scalding hot or anything like that."
"That probably depends on who you are, Gher," she told him. "Take the book out of the bag and lay it on the table beside our book. Don't let them touch each other, though."
"If that's the way you want it,"
he said, untying the thong that held the bag shut. Then he reached in and pulled out the large black leather box.
"It seems a little heavier,"
he noted. Then he laid the box on the gleaming marble table.
"Is that just about where you want it?"
he asked. "Move it just a bit closer to the white one," Gher replied.
He slid the black box across the table toward the white one.
"Is that about right?"
She squinted at the two boxes. "Close enough, I think."
"Nothing's happening, Gher,"
Behade said. "Not yet," she said. "That's because it's not complete yet. Give me your knife, Eliar." "All right, Emmy," he replied, drawing out his dagger. Althalus glanced quickly toward the south window and saw that the door was slightly ajar, even as Eliar reversed his knife and offered the hilt to Gher. "Not that way," she told him, extending both of her hands, palms up. "Just lay it across my hands." "Whatever you say." Eliar placed his knife on her outstretched hands. She turned to face the table then and stood holding the knife over the two books. "Now we wait," she said.
"Wait for what, Emmy?"
Gher asked curiously. "The right moment."
"Is a bell going to ring, or something like that?"
"Not exactly. I'm sure we'll all notice it, though. They'll probably notice it on the other side of the world."
"Oh, one of those things."
"Those things, as you put it, are a sort of family tradition. We do that a lot in my family." Then the house itself seemed to shudder, almost as if shaken by a distant peal of thunder, and the sky outside darkened. The knife lying across Gher's palms seemed to shift and blur, and its aching song rose in triumph. Then it expanded into a formless sort of mist.
"What's happening?"
Behade's voice was alarmed. Gher, however, did not answer as the blurred mist above her hands coalesced, and a slender golden box lay glowing where Eliar's knife had been. The darkness which had descended on the house was quite suddenly pushed back by the golden glow that seemed to emanate from Gher's book. The inky black clouds which had temporarily obscured the light roiled titanic across the horizon as the golden light of the book and the rainbow light of God's fire engulfed them. "I've missed you," Gher said fondly to her book. "The time's finally come for you to do what I made you to do at the very beginning." And she gently placed the golden book atop the other books on the table, meticulously shifting it so that it bridged the gap between the book of Dewas and the book of Daiva. The shuddering of the house intensified, and from deep in the earth there came a sound so low that it was felt rather than heard. And from the sky and the nearby mountains came that familiar wail of despair, commingled with the song of the knife. "Oh, hush," Gher said absently. "Both of you. I'm trying to concentrate." The golden light of the book intensified, enveloping the entire table in a blinding intensity. "Get back," Gher cautioned them. "It's starting." A tendril of smoke began to rise out of the shimmering light that enveloped the table.
"Are the books on fire?"
Behade exclaimed in a shrill voice. "Gen's book is," Gher replied. "That was the purpose of this from the beginning."
"I thought you said it wouldn't burn,"
Undine said in a frightened voice. "Not in an ordinary fire, dear," Gher replied. "That fire on the table isn't really fire."
"It's truth,
Undine," Leitha told her.
but—" "Hush, dear," the pale girl told her, "and get back." Then she looked quickly at Althalus. "He's coming," she warned.
"I know," Althalus said grimly. "I've been expecting him." Eliar's door crashed open, and Gend, all in flame, was there. Burning Gnom was just behind him. Garbed in armor of fire were they, and armed with swords of flame.
"I have come to reclaim that which is mine,"
Gend declared in a voice of thunder, and his burning eyes were incandescent and filled with madness. The flaming pair bulked large in Eliar's doorway, but beyond them it seemed that another door opened on absolute horror. It appeared to Althalus that the door beyond Eliar's door looked out over a city of fire. The buildings were columns of flame, and the streets were rivers of liquid fire. Multitudes howled and burned in the streets of fire, and lightning seethed around them. Gend raised his sword of flame.
"Behold the instrument of thy doom, thief!"
he roared, with lightning seething about his face, and with his burning hair wreathing up around his head, and then, with pace inexorable, marched Gher toward Althalus, and toward the table bathed in golden light, and footprints of fire marked his passage across the marble floor. But Althalus raised his hand, saying, "Leot!" and a wall of purest light barred Gher from his goal, and Gher howled, and all the flaming hosts of Nagarash howled with him. Caught up in desperate frenzy, Gher slashed at the wall of light that barred his way, as lightning seethed about him, and his sword of flame rang hollowly against the barrier Althalus had placed before him with but a single word. "You'll break your sword, Gher," Althalus told him, forcing all traces of archaism from his speech. "You won't get through until I let you through. Are you ready to listen?" Gher, still bathed in fire, seized the hilt of his burning sword of flame with both hands, and struck mighty blows at the wall of light. "You're wasting time, Gher," Althalus told him, "and you don't have much time left." "What are you doing?" Dwyer demanded. "Stay out of this, Althalus snapped. "This is between Gher and me." Gher lowered his sword of flame, but his eyes burned even hotter, and the shrieks of the hordes of Nagarash howled about him. "You have a choice to make, Gher," Althalus told his frenzied enemy, "and you have to make it now. You can persist in this idiocy and suffer the consequences, or you can turn around and close that door." "Are you mad?" Gher shrieked, as flames seethed hotter about him. "Close the door, Gher," Althalus told him. "The fire will go out if you close the door. Pull your mind together and close that door. Shut out Nagarash and Diver. This is your only chance to escape." "Escape?" Gher shrieked. "The world is within my grasp, you fool! I can have it all, forever!" "Not without your book, you can't, and you'll never reach that book in time to use it. You've lost, Gher. I've beaten you. If you'll admit that, you might live. If you refuse, you haven't got a chance. Choose, Gher. Make your choice now, so that we can get on with this. Time's running out." "I will have my book." "Are you sure?" Gher renewed his attack on the wall of light, and Althalus felt a sudden sense of relief as certain restrictions were lifted from his shoulders. "Somebody's going to hear about this," he muttered, even as he lowered his hand and said, "Guess." Gher, still burning, stumbled forward as the barrier of golden light flickered and vanished, and the wails of the multitudes of Nagarash rose to shrieks of triumph. Althalus stepped aside as his desperate enemy rushed to the table. Gher, wreathed in flame, hesitated a moment, and then he cast his fiery sword aside and reached out with both arms as if to seize up all three books. But as his hands plunged into the golden light, the song of the knife soared, and with a startled oath, Gher jerked his hands back. "You didn't really think I'd let you do that, did you?" Althalus said. "You can take your book, if you think you must, but ours stay right where they are. Quickly, Gher. Time's almost run out." Gher's answering snarl was almost bestial as he snatched up the smouldering black book. "You haven't heard the last of this, Althalus," he shouted as he turned back toward the door. "Oh, yes, we have, brother." The voice was not the voice of Althalus, even though it came from his lips. Then the voice cracked like thunder. "Now, Elia!" There was a sudden hollow sound as the door beside Dwyer's window vanished. The archway which had enclosed it became a formless hole filled with the empty darkness of nowhere and no-when. Beyond that formless hole, Althalus could see the buildings of flame and the wailing creatures of fire that were the sum and essence of Nagarash, sinking and liquefying into the rivers of fire that were the streets of the city of the damned, and the rivers ran fast to spill over some unimaginable brink, to cascade into the abyss of absolute nothingness. And now, all commingled and aware, the streets and the buildings and they who dwelt in flame shrieked out in despair, and their shrieks faded down and down and down into that utter silence. Knom, all aflame and gibbering in panic, tried to catch at the sides of the formless hole as he was inexorably drawn into the nothingness that lay beyond the doorway, but that, of course, was hopeless, and Knom passed through the doorway of this world and vanished. Gehen, armoured in fire and still clutching his burning book, flailed about with his free arm, desperately seeking something he could cling to as the emptiness beyond the doorway drew him across the smooth marble floor of the tower room. Shrieking and cursing, he clawed at the marble, but still he slid inexorably toward his fate, and at the last moment he looked up with pleading eyes at the face of his enemy and reached out a supplicating hand. "Althalus," he cried, "help me!" And then he vanished through that awful doorway with his book still clutched to his breast, and their commingled scream faded behind them as they fell forever into the nothing which had finally claimed them. "Close the door, Elia," Althalus said with profound sadness. "We are finished with it now." Epilogue. "It was one of those things you have to see to believe, Twengor," the bald Gebhel told the vastly bearded clan chief as Althalus and his friends all sat reminiscing in Albron's hall on the evening before the wedding of Calor and Aelia early the following summer. "The silly thing stuck up out of the plains of North Wekty like a huge tree stump, except that you don't very often come across a tree stump that's 1,000 feet high. I still don't understand what possessed you to abandon your trenches, Gebel," the recently elevated Chief Wendon said. "You'd just finished tearing up the Ansud cavalry and wiping out that surprise attack from the rear. Why didn't you just sit tight? Your trenches seem to have worked out very well." "Calor's scouts told us that the Ansus had reinforcements coming, and it was fairly obvious that they'd reach our trenches long before Traitor and Dragon could possibly make it," Gebel explained. "Trenches are all right, but only if you're not too badly outnumbered. When the numbers start moving into the neighborhood of 5-1 against you, it's time to cut and run, I always say." "It all turned out for the best," Sergeant Calor said. "I had a few doubts about that town myself, to be perfectly honest with you, but that artesian spring and all the food supplies in that cave sort of tipped the balance." "Oh, yes," Gebel agreed with a broad grin. "If you gentlemen don't mind a bit of advice, I wouldn't play dice with Calor if you can avoid it. He's had a run of unbelievably good luck here lately. Even nature seems to be on his side." "Oh?" Koleka Ironjaw said. "A windstorm pops out of a dead calm morning just when he needs it to fan a grass fire. Then there's that earthquake that opened a ditch across the top of that tower right in front of a crazy man who was charging our position. And to cap it all, there was the river that ran in both directions and washed an entire enemy army away." Gebel absently rubbed his hand over his bald head. "There were a lot of things going on that I couldn't understand," he admitted. "Would you consider the possibility of divine intervention, Sergeant?" Behaid asked slyly. "I'm an Aram, Brother Behaid," Gebel said. "We prefer not to think about that sort of thing." Then he shrugged. "I don't know exactly how all those lucky things happened. I'm just glad that Calor was on my side during that particular war." "I'd say that his lucky streak hasn't run itself out yet," Twengor said, grinning. "I've seen the lady he's going to marry tomorrow, and that's about as lucky as any man's likely to get." Althalus leaned back in his chair, smiling faintly. Any time there was a gathering of more than 3 Arams, they always seemed to start telling each other war stories, and the stories inevitably got better with every telling. After a few seasons, the stories would slip over the line to become legends, and legends tended to gloss over the more blatant impossibilities. Given a few years, the Arams would shrug off rivers that ran in 2 directions, a knife that knew how to sing, and a blonde girl who could hear the thoughts of the people around her. The events of the past couple of years would entertain the realm of folklore, and Emmy would slip away on soft paws, and nobody would know just exactly how much she tampered with possibility or reality.
"You'll still know, though, won't you, pet?"
Her soft voice purred in his mind. "I don't really count, Em," he replied. Somewhere along the line I seem to have misplaced the definition of the word impossible. I don't really get excited about much of anything anymore.
I think I'll be able to come up with something that'll change your mind, love, she purred.
Brother Behaid officiated at the wedding of Calor and Aelia. Dwyer, only marginally disguised, attended, and after the ceremony she joined the well-wishers clustered about the bride and groom in Albron's hall.
I think I've just come up with a way to solve a certain problem, Pet,
her silent voice murmured to Althalus. Oh, which problem was that, Em?
We'll get to it, love. We've got a couple more weddings to get out of the way first.
I'm not their father, Em, Althalus protested a few days later when they were alone in the tower.
Don't argue with me, Althalus. Just sit there, look paternal, and give your permission. It's an ancient ritual, and rituals are very important to ladies. Don't try to turn it into a joke, Althalus. I'm warning you.
All right, Em. Don't tie your tail in a knot about it.
Those knotty tail remarks are starting to wear a little thin, Alfie, she said tartly. They weren't very funny to begin with, and they get less amusing each time you come up with some feeble excuse to make them.
You're in a grouchy sort of humor today, Em. What's bothering you?
Our children are leaving us, Althalus, she replied pensively. Eliar and Andine will go back to Osthos, and Behaid and Leitha will be in Magu.
We still have Gher, Em. It'll be a while before he grows up.
That's something we'd better talk about, Pet. Gher's never had anything even remotely resembling a normal childhood, and I think we should do something about that after the wedding.
We've got 2 weddings, Em.
Let's do just one, love. Separation's painful enough to begin with, so let's not drag it out.
Who do you think should officiate? Emdal, maybe?
Not in my temple, he won't.
Althalus blinked. You're going to do it yourself? He demanded incredulously.
Of course I am, you ninny. They are my children, after all, and I want to be sure it's done right.
Whatever you say, Em, he surrendered. Althalus sat in the tower on a golden summer morning, making some pretext at reading the book, while Dwyer, garbed in splendor, sat enthroned beside the south window. The stairway door opened, and Gher, once more in his page-boy costume, entered.
"I'm supposed to say that they want to see you, Althalus," he said. "Andine made up a speech for me. You didn't really want to hear it, did you?"
"Let's go through the motions, Gher," Dwyer told him. "Speak the speech in formal wise."
"Do I really have to, Emmy?"
he said with some distaste. "The ladies would prefer it that way, Gher."
Gher sighed.
"All right, Emmy. Anything you say."
He cleared his throat.
"All-powerful Father,"
he addressed Althalus,
"thy children entreat thee to give them a hearing in a matter of utmost importance."
"Do it right, Althalus," Dwyer said firmly.
"If that's the way you want it, Em." Althalus straightened. "Advise my noble offspring that I will hear their petition, my son," he told Gher, "and, barring unforeseen demands in their presentation, gladly will I grant their each and every request, as our dearly beloved goddess giveth me strength."
"Unforeseen demands?" Dwyer asked.
"Just a precaution, Em. Let's keep the dowries at a reasonable level."
Arm in arm, Andine and Eliar, both in formal garb, entered the tower room, closely followed by Leitha and Behaid. The bows and curtsies were a trifle florid.
"We have come this day to lay our petition before thee, our noble and beloved father,"
Andine announced,
"forasmuch as we are, and must be, guided by you in all things. Noble Eliar and holy Behaid will speak of this anon, but know full well that my beloved sister and I do add our plea to theirs in this matter. Long and hard have we considered this, and it doth appear clearly evident that much benefit shall accrue to all peoples, shouldst thou graciously accede to our humble request.
And is it thine intent, glorious Arya, to dwell upon this in perpetuity? Althalus asked, deliberately exaggerating the formal speech Undine had addressed to him. For should thine oration continue at greater length, might not it be more humane to permit brave Eliar and righteous Behaid to beseat themselves?
You're not supposed to say that,
Undine flared.
Make him stop that, Dwyer.
Be nice, Althalus, Dwyer chided. Go on, Undine. The tiny orator pushed bravely on, and Althalus stifled several yawns.
I would not presume to attempt to outdo our dear Arya,
Leigh announced.
Thus must I speak in simple terms. The exarch of the grey robes hath caught mine eye, dearest daddy. I want him. Give him to me.
Leigh,
Undine gasped.
That's not the way it's supposed to be done.
Well, gentlemen, Althalus said to Eliar and Behaid, how do you feel about this?
Undine and I want to get married,
Eliar said simply.
Is that all right?
It is with me, Althalus replied. How do you feel about it, Em?
I can live with it,
she said with a faint smile. That settles that, then. Was there something you'd like to add, Behaid? I don't think there's much left for me to say, Althalus, Behaid noted. I want Leigh as much as she wants me, or maybe just a little more. A formal wedding might be a good idea because certain things will start to happen, with or without the ceremony.
He's definitely making progress, isn't he?
Leigh said with a sly little smirk.
How says mighty Althalus to our humble request?
Undine demanded, trying to salvage some small remnant of formality out of the wreckage. Would yes upset anybody? Althalus asked.
That's all?
Undine flared.
Just yes, nothing more.
It does have a certain abrupt charm, Leigh observed. Now, if nobody objects too much, I think Brother Behaid and I ought to investigate the notion of with or without ceremony just a bit further. Wouldn't you say?
Behaid blushed furiously. Now it came to pass that upon a certain day, when golden autumn had spread her glory across the land, did sundry people from across the length and breadth of all lands known to man come together in the high temple of the goddess Dwyer in stately Magu. And fragrant were the flowers that did bedeck the altar, and exceeding glad were all they who gathered there to witness the joining which was to come on that happy day. And the goddess Dwyer, mother and perpetuator of all life, smiled, and with her smile were all cares banished, and all they who were there were caught up in rapture. And behold, she who mothers all was filled with love, and her gentle face did expand into enormity, for no shape of humankind could contain a love so vast. And spake she then in language ancient, for even as Dwyer was the mother of love, so that tongue in which she spake was mother of all speech wheresoever or whensoever dwelt man. Strange and alien sounded the language in which she spake, and yet did all they who were there clearly perceive her meaning, for Dwyer spake unto their hearts and minds, and not unto their ears. And the mother of love spake of love unto they who had come before her, that she might bless their union. And behold, she did open doors between them which had ne'er been opened before, and tall Eliar's mind was forever linked with the mind of tiny Undine, and their minds did merge in that ancient language, never again to be separate, and thus were they wed. Then turned divine Dwyer her attention to holy Behaid and pale Leigh. Troubled was the mind and heart of Behaid, forasmuch in a moment of rage had he struck down with mortal blow a fellow human, and his guilt lay heavy upon his soul. And behold, the goddess Dwyer did freely and with love boundless absolve the fallen priest of his sin, and his soul was cleansed. And then in like manner did the divine goddess extend her boundless forgiveness to pale Leigh. Great had been the pain of Leigh by reason of acts compelled of her by necessity, and the suffering of Coman still gnawed at the heart of gentle Leigh. Softly did divine Gher remove all memory of the fate of Coman from her pale daughter's mind, that she might be whole again, and thus were the troubled pair freed of their pain, and their minds and hearts were bound together, and so they too were wed. And the very stones of Gher's ancient temple did burst forth in song, casting away the stern and sombre humour of the priesthood which had usurped that holy place, and turned it aside from its intended purpose, which was and is yet love and joy. And all of Magu resounded with the rejoicing of Gher's temple. The whole point here, Gher, is that we can't be entirely positive that all the fuss and bother of the past few years was Gehen's doing, or if it just grew out of the natural wrong-headedness of a lot of other people out there in what they call the real world. I think we're going to have to keep a close watch on them for the next several years. I have had just about enough of all these silly wars.
"Why don't you let me take care of that, Althalus?"
Gher volunteered.
"If you leave the house to go roaming around the world looking for troublemakers, Emmy's going to yell at you. She wants you right here, I think."
"She'll yell at me even more if I send you out there on your own." Gher frowned for a minute, and then he snapped his fingers.
"I think I just came up with the answer, Althalus," he said.
"I certainly hope so. I can't seem to come up with anything that won't set Emmy off. What's this idea of yours?"
"After what's happened in the last couple of years, if some bonehead wants to start a war, the very first thing he's going to do is look up Sergeant Calor, isn't he? I mean, when we were out there fighting our war, Calor trumped all over anybody who got in his way. If somebody wants to start a war and he wants to win, Calor would be the one to see."
"We helped a little bit, didn't we?"
"Of course we did, but the boneheads don't know that because we sort of stayed out of sight. I bet that by now everybody out there believes that Calor's 100 feet tall, he can walk on water, and he can break a mountain in two with his bare fist."
"Where are we going with this, Gher?"
"Well, I was sort of thinking that if you want me to be someplace where I can sniff out trouble before it even gets started, I should probably stick closer to Calor than his own shadow does."
"It wouldn't bother you to leave the house and go live with Calor and his new wife, then?"
"Me and Calor get along real good, Althalus, and I can have Elias's mother wrapped around my finger in a flat minute. All I have to do to get any woman in the world to mother me to pieces is to put my poor little orphan boy look on. She'll take to me like a duck takes to water. It won't hardly take me no time at all to get settled down in Elias's old room, and I won't make no big fuss about how fast I can think. I'll just sit around kind of blank-eyed, like nothing was going on in my head. I'll keep my nose to the wind and my ears wide open, though, so if somebody comes to Calor or Chief Albron to rent arms for some war someplace, I'll be right there, and quicker than you can blink, I'll pass that on to you. Then you and me can go look up the bonehead and tell him that if he doesn't forget about his war, we'll chop out his liver and feed it to him."
"Won't you sort of miss being here in the house with Emmy and me?"
"Emmy's got that boy people and girl people sort of look on her face, Althalus. You don't have to tell her I said this, but I think I'd sooner be someplace else for a while. If I'm in Aram with Calor and the other fellows, at least I'll have somebody to talk to once in a while. I think I might start getting a whole lot of lonesome here in the house if I stay. Besides, I'll be doing something pretty important, won't I?"
"It has a lot of possibilities, Gher," Althalus conceded, trying to sound dubious. "Let me think it over a bit, and then we'll see what Emmy has to say." "Oh, that was slick," Gher said admiringly. "Naturally," Althalus replied. "When I want somebody to do something, I always maneuver him around so that he thinks it's his idea. We wanted Gher to go to Aram to live with Calor and Elia, because that was best for him. All I did was herd him along until he came up with the idea himself. If we'd ordered him to go, he'd have thought we were just throwing him out because we didn't want him any more. I wouldn't do that to Gher, neither would you.
This way, Gher gets the permanent home and family he's never had, and Kalor and Alia get a son without going through the trouble of having one themselves. Everything worked out exactly the way you wanted it to, Em, and that's why you hired me in the first place, wasn't it?"
"You done good, Alfie," she said with a radiant smile.
"Oh, don't get me wrong here, Em," he said, leaning back in his chair. "I'm very fond of children, but it's sort of nice to have the house to ourselves again. What are we going to do to pass the time now that we've saved the world and gotten the children married off or permanently settled?"
"I'll think of something," she promised in a tone that left little doubt about what she meant. All as in a dream, she came to him amidst the shimmer and play of the courtship of the moon and the fire of God, as the song of the knife serenaded them. Her hair was the color of autumn, and her limbs were rounded with a perfection that made his heart ache, and her features were somehow alien in their perfect serenity. And she held out her hand to him, saying, "Come, come with me. I will care for you." "Most gladly," he replied, "for the world about me tires me, and I am weary of it. And whither shall we go, my beloved? And when shall we return?" "If you come with me, you will never return," she replied in a voice of song. "For we shall walk among the stars, and fortune shall never betray you more, and your days will be filled with sun, and your nights with love. Come, come with me, my beloved. I will care for you." And she took him by the hand, and led him up the familiar stairs to the Tower of Light, where they had dwelt before. And when they had entered, the door behind them merged with the curved wall of the tower, and the door and all other doors were no more. And content was the heart of Althalus, for now was he once again home, and no more would he wander. It was some several seasons or centuries later, when spring had returned to the house at the end of the world, and Althalus sat idly at the table, leafing through the pages of the book. A familiar sound came from the fur-robed bed, and Althalus glanced over at his wife. "What's that all about, Em?" he asked curiously. "I thought we'd put Emmy the cat more or less behind us." "What are you talking about?" the autumn-haired Dwyer asked.
"You're purring, Em." She laughed then.
"Maybe I am, at that," she admitted. "Old habits are hard to break."
"It's a pleasant sound, Em, and it doesn't really bother me all that much." She sat up and stretched luxuriously.
"It's probably because I'm happy. Nothing seems to express happiness quite as much as purring."
"I'm fairly happy myself, Em, but I managed to get by without purring."
"Come over here, love," she told him. "I have some news I'd like to share with you."
He carefully replaced the pages in the white box and went over to the bed. "Spring came early this year," he noted, glancing out the south window at the mountains lying off in that direction.
"And it'll probably last quite a bit longer than usual," she added.
"Oh, why's that?"
"The world's celebrating, dear," she replied.
"Some special event?" He sat down beside her.
"Very, very special, love," she said, touching his face fondly.
"Were you planning to keep it a secret?"
"It's not the sort of thing that'll stay a secret for very long, Pat," she said, smiling mysteriously and gently touching her slightly rounded abdomen.
"I think you might be eating a bit too much, Em," he observed.
"Not really."
She gave him a sly, sidelong glance.
"You're a bit thick-headed this morning, Pet. What is it besides food that causes a woman's waistline to expand?"
"Are you serious?" he exclaimed. She stroked her tummy again.
"If I'm not, this is. We're going to have a baby, Althalus."
He stared at her in absolute astonishment. Then he suddenly felt his eyes fill with tears.
"Are you crying, Althalus?
I didn't think you knew how.
He took her in his arms then, and held her with tears of joy streaming down his face. "Oh, I do love you, Em," was all he could say.